Yeah, yeah, Tonto Spoon.
You want to get a nose of the Tonto Spoon.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want is what you got to it's what you got to
To get your information, to the food, to be my passion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you to spoon you ain't know. If they can't provide for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, right? To spoon. You want to know what is happening more often to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat get my regular, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You want to get a nose of the Tonto Spoon.
Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want?
You're in Maryland County. You're in Sino County. Maybe you're in Granger there. Bone County. You're somewhere there in Grand Bassa, Nimba, across the 15 counties of Liberia. The Spoon Talk is the best deal or the real deal in town when it comes to information dissemination, critical analysis, dishing out the actual views of Liberians on critical national issues. This is where you get it all. When the newsmakers want to break the news, when the policymakers want to engage with you, this is where they come. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight to this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Of course, we're back with another edition of the program. Last night was firing. It was great, but tonight promises to be even better. I want to say thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Nelson Collier, producing. The CEO and the rest of the team will come on shortly. But I want to say thanks for joining us. Spoon Talk tonight is live across the Spoon Network. We're live on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1. We're live on Super.
Want to get a news update?
And beaming live across
You want to know
the Voice of Liberia Radio Network, Voice of Liberia 104.7 in Monrovia, Voice of Liberia in Buchanan, Grand Bassa County, Voice of Liberia in Margibi, in Bong, in Lofa County, making sure that Liberians can get the information irrespective of where they are. And we also want to say thanks to our partner radio stations, all of the other stations across Liberia that are relaying the program. You've been there since the election time, always relaying, and you've stuck with us. We appreciate you for being a part of this journey. Thanks to Trust FM in Bowman County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Cruz, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi, Nimba County, Bashu FM in Margibi, and all the other stations that will most times relay even without telling us. We appreciate you. We have absolutely no borders. That's why Spoon Talk cuts across. We're streaming live across our different social media handles. So if you're on Facebook, you can find us on Spoon TV Live, on Fabric TV Live, or Super TV Live. And if you're on YouTube, you can find us at Spoon Talk Live. So thanks for joining us tonight. Please share the show as you join us. And let me go to the comment section. Let's see who are the early birds. Those joining us at the very start of the show. Let me recognize a few of you. I see Lawrence Prishahinan is here. Thank you for joining us. Phil Amos, thank you. Michael Nimeni, thank you for joining us as well. I see Jebe Bakana. And the many of you joining us tonight, kindly share the show as you come on. I see more about David. Tewo Towe. Tewo Towe. Yes, that's the name. Tewo Towe. Thank you for joining us as well tonight. And to the many of you coming on, Amma Soiree, Maurice Dunod, Maxwell Kinima, Momo Masakwe, and all of you coming on tonight. Thanks for joining us. Harris Colley, just keep sharing the program as I'm calling your names. Keep sharing the show across your social media handles. Jeremy Gadi, Gregory, TCS, Bona, thank you for joining us. The New Georgia Estate, that's where you're coming in from. Lawrence Cornian, keep sharing the program as you join us tonight. Wilson Davis from Bowman County. Peter Pitos Colley, Ibrahim and the many of you joining us, just keep sharing the program as you come on tonight. It's going to be a great show, but as we always do, the first segment of Spoon Talk is dedicated to you because this is the Liberian People's Show. So we dedicate the first segment of the show to you. To get you express yourself so that you get to say what those issues are that are of concern to you, and no specific talking point, just anything that matters to you. You get to have the opportunity on the first segment of the program to voice your concerns on those issues. So I'll go to the phone lines. We take some calls while we are with the CEO and the team to come on. So you can keep the calls coming through now. 0555 101075 is the number to call. And you'll be live. 0555 101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on Spoon Talk. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's see if we can take our first caller here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo, calling from opposite Coca-Cola Factory, SMT Business Center. My talking point, I tell the government, thank you for what they are doing for the University of Liberia.
Okay.
For them giving all the 2,500 armchairs. Today, our own campus, I saw the school was distributing armchairs from session to session. So I tell the government, thank you for that.
So we're gonna
we are not experiencing that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your input.
Government, thank you. And also, I'm speaking to my brother then, the neighbor blue man then. Let me tell you something. When you're building your house, no need to go no. You build your house. You leave all alone. Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. This is Nelson. This is Nelson. Go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
Oh, Nelson Kola?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Nelson, how you doing?
I'm okay. It's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
Yeah, Nelson, how the family?
The family is okay.
Thank you. It's good to ask about your friend, health. Nelson, be concerned about one another. Why it is true, we all need to make our, our own show, but sometimes we need to for one another. No, let's not go to the issue. Go to the real issue. I need to know, know what I mean?
No, I didn't understand you.
Thank you. I mean, it's like football. I hail from Grand Coup County. People say in the town. When you enter in the town, whenever you can ask questions, people say you will never miss the rule. Okay. And that's why the spoon show will never miss the rule because they always believe in asking questions. No, I want to thank you and thank you to many listeners that follow the unique broadcast.
You haven't said your name yet.
There's the voice of Sabu Rasta.
Yeah, Sabu, let people know who's talking.
I'm joining the show from Point 4 to be specific because in Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Nelson, let me tell you, any country in the world, you know the reason why God and Satan fall apart? Because Satan does not believe in the rule of law. Satan just want to do anyway. Satan want to dress any kind of way, show your titty altar, show your body, do the all I want, but no, God believes in principle. And any country that does not uphold the rule of law, that country is about to fall. And I mean read the law, and now you read the law. Our people wrote the law for us to live by the law. That's why when Satan said the government was coming, we encourage our people to vote for the government because they say, the government was going to believe in the rule of law. The other people government are not doing nothing, are going to believe in the rule of law. No. Let's say Article 11A of the Liberian Constitution. And when you go read 11C, Nelson, the law says we are born equally. No big, no small. Nothing, you're not being under the law. And not being under you under the law. We all are equal. And the law says we all have equal protection when it comes to the law. Nelson, my uncle died in the Moral Center prison as a pre-trial detainee. Today, Ryan Mange has been a last rapper. He's passing around, eating him boko. If there's a rule of law, Nelson,
okay.
If there's a kind of government we voted for, Nelson, Article 50, the Liberian Constitution, Nelson, you know what it says?
Thank you.
Every year in January, on a fourth working Monday, the law says the president shall go to the House of Legislature April, take his annual measures before the House. And the law said before a legitimate speaker, it should be a legitimate speaker, not what? Not a redeemed speaker. But today, one of the administration, we see a man who referred to himself as a speaker.
Thank you, Sabu Rasta. Sabu,
man, let me go, man. The man is a legitimate. The man is he's a speaker. He's a legitimate speaker. Let Sabu go. Sabu go, man. Start giving him a hard time. Richard Koo is a speaker for the Republic of Liberia. Stop. I mean, what kind of? Don't you sure keep him on? What kind of propaganda you want run? Richard Koo is a speaker. We passed that thing. You should have kept Sabu on the show. That's why I don't pick up your phone call anymore. You always give me a hard time, man.
Oh, you coming to the man, you and the man secretly.
Yeah, man. Sabu is a man, but I don't pick up your phone call because Richard Koo is a speaker. Why were you saying he's not? He was voted in as speaker, right?
Yeah, so but see, Sabu Rasta was going back to the whole speakership saga and trying to drag the president into it and citing the rule of law and why he thinks this government is not respecting the rule of law. I
respect Sabu concern. You're the man named Sabu. What do you expect? No head there. You're the man named Sabu. I respect his concern. I'm a man. But for us to go back to the Richard Koo speakership something, I disagree. The man he's legal. He's a legitimate speaker for the Republic of Liberia. We passed that time that Joseph Boyga said we recognize, even for that Tikofa, recognized Richard Koo as speaker. They went for an election. He won. So let's talk about something better. You know, it's Sabu Rasta. What's his name? Sabu Rasta.
Yeah, Sabu Raska.
Look at it. Look at it, Nisa. Look at it, Nisa. Sabu Raska. I think it's good to have you on, man. Look at that name, Sabu Raska. Oh, man.
They make me wait.
Thank you, Koba. Hey, this Sabu Raska. I mean, there's something to discuss that will be productive, right? I know everybody heard because the way in which it happened, but Richard Nangbe Kum is the legitimate speaker for the Republic of Liberia. You cannot take that away. You know, we disagree. If anybody want to remove Richard Kum, go get Twitter or go get whatever the rules say, go get it and remove him. But right now, he is the legitimate speaker. Even if the former speaker for Nati Kufa recognized Richard Kum as a legitimate speaker. So can we find something better to discuss than the speaker? Listen, I love to keep things simple, Nelson. And we're seeing the centrism, they call the men the centrics. Centrism movement is kind of bad. It's good to have you, my friend.
Thank you very much, CEO. Thank you. Good evening as well to Nelson. It's an absolute pleasure to be here as well.
So
what'd you say?
No, somebody sent a message asking if the centrism movement is legally registered now under the laws of the country.
I mean, I think they are not legal yet. I think they are slow way. They're working away, right? Am I correct? You guys are slow way, right?
Quite fortunately, you are wrong, CEO. We are very legal.
That's what I'm saying. I think. Please help us now. Help us.
That's what I'm responding to. We are perfectly legal under the laws of Liberia, established under the corporate laws of Liberia, registered with an official office space and all of the trappings of a legal organization. A functioning steering committee comprised of people who are working very hard to ensure that our fixture in Liberia is permanent. So we are formally organized, CEO.
I respect that, and congratulations to you. I want to say thanks a lot. It's always good to know that you guys are legal. You guys are not illegal aliens operating. I told you should be operating in South Africa or Zimbabwe. You have a family tie to South Africa or Zimbabwe. Which country?
I see that in Zimbabwe, actually, CEO has done his homework this time around, and he came particularly prepared with these subtle questions that are meant to establish a few things. Yeah, no, I have very solid family ties with Zimbabwe, Southern Africa. My wife is from Zimbabwe. So it's my second home, actually. It's my second home.
Respect that. Thank you very much. Respect that. You know, I always, where is Emmanuel George? I always love to do a background check, you know. I'm getting used to doing this thing, background check on everybody to know exactly your origin, and you know, your political origin, and whether you're flip-flopper. But we want to welcome everybody on the show, right? We want to say, Kafiko, it's good to have you on, my friend. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. And you? What's up, Nelson?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good.
The great Hassan.
Yes, sir.
So what we're going to do today, it's still time to take calls, but I love to come on early to get things balanced out, right? Kano, it's not about you, it's about Liberia. Kev, it's not about you, it's about Liberia. It's about what we bring to the table. Look, watch the show yesterday. Since comments came up, a lot of insults is flying around. We discussed that, right? From Jeremy Pierre, who is my friend, the information minister, to his deputy, Daniel Sano, who I spoke to today, a good friend of mine, by the way. Apart from politics, I love these guys. And, you know, but they are taking a position to say, you cause us, we'll cause you. And if this is the kind of politics that will transform and change the messaging and change Liberia, then the Liberian people got to know. So again, I want to say we'll be discussing that. We also want to discuss that you got to understand that 15 pickup truck to LDA. Well, I mean, where is it coming from? right? And how much was paid for those pickup trucks? Did they go on a PCC? What I have in my possession, I can say to you, it's a lot of story behind that. But the president today turned over the keys of 15 pickup truck. I want to remind you also that you got to understand, it never came under this interim leadership of LDA. This thing was put in by Abraham Kurma, A.B. Kurma, and the Fadiga. They make those requests prior to them being dismissed. We discussed that. We have the document for that as well. And I want to say to you again, man, 70-year-old man willing and dealing drugs for 1,000 or 1 billion liberty. That's how our country have bowed down to drugs. The importance of this drugs thing is getting crazy right now. The video were to discuss also the police officer beating or almost stripping naked a young Liberian girl. We have to discuss that, by the way. Again, we're going to be having a full show, a very powerful show. We have the team coming on, and we're going to start this program 4 p.m. every day. I hope you can put that in your schedule if you can. You got to join us. Let's rock and roll. Liberia is all on the mind of folks in Liberia, outside of Liberia, the international community, everybody concerned. But where is Liberia? The retired corner. Ed, Reverend Gray, he's in the house. It's good to see you, brother Ed. They retired the military corner. And we're here with Jefferson Chesson. Jefferson Chesson is in this house as well. A lot of sedition coming up, but you know what we're going to do? We accommodate everybody. We get the ANC, we get the CDC, we have the UP, Jackie, and Tamba, and the other people coming on. We have the independent group, you know. We will have the CMC, Yoso Parker Demonier. He's off today because he's traveling. Every political party will be represented on the show, right? And every political party will be heard here on the show. This is your place to be. This is where we come and we discuss the issue with no fear, no favor. We have to talk about Liberia. I'm so happy, you know, being part of this great program because of you. We are here, and you know, every you know, they call every deaf black. You know what they call deaf black? No, you guys. Is there any group?
No,
person?
I think that was before my time, but probably Jeff will know.
I did it SPA.
Okay, SPA. Everybody, everything y'all said I have been there. But you know what? We're gonna be on the
People Alliance.
Oh, the Suspended People Alliance. But again, we gotta talk about you. I just put war in. I said, can you bring Fubi back? They said you refusing to come back to ANC. By the way, you got to tell us why you're refusing, Fubi. You went to Liberia, you negotiated with Unity Party, but you refused their offer. You got to let us know today why you refused their offer. I'm not putting out your secret, but you were in Liberia a few weeks back, and they offer you something, Fubi, but you refused that offer from the Unity Party government. So you will let us know.
That I'm true.
You having fun? Anyone talk? Guys, again, I want to say, please go on your smartphone, go on your Facebook, share the show. We're going to be discussing a lot of good things happening. And now, what is good about this government? What is happening in this government? Today is October 7th. What really did the president do today? What did he do today? Can anybody tell me? We're going to go around easily and just talk before we get into the juice of the program. But what President Barker, what did he do today? What are some of the investment in the country now? Are we seeing any major investment 2 years in this government? Said the president put Jeremiah Kuhn on the inflation committee that everything is high. Are you experiencing that the price is dropping now? How long will it take before we experience it? Is this government ready for prime time? Or if you attack the government on policy, you attack the government on inflation, the only people who will come up will be Jeremy Pierre and the rest of them. Daniel Sanders will come out and cuss and insult. Is this the work of the government now to turn to Baghdad Bob? You remember Baghdad Bob, right? Councilor Kanda, you remember Baghdad Bob from Iraq? Kev, you remember Baghdad Bob, right? Then they were hanging Saddam Hussein, the message Saddam Hussein stay alive. I talked to Aaron Migray. I said, Aaron Migray, who's this guy? Aaron Migray said, I got unfinished. They kept Saddam Hussein, all the message Saddam Hussein stay alive. He's in Iran. What kind of information minister? But he was the best information minister. He was historical. So guys, again, say your own, I say my own, and the Liberian people decide. We have Mariah coming on, Jackie coming on, Mame coming on, Akari supposed to Gray, everybody coming on. It will be a very, very unique show today, and we ask you to share. What's on your mind, briefly? Let's start with the councilor. Kanu Baba, what's on your mind? You get only 1 minute, sir.
Thank you very much, CEO. Again, it's always great to be on the show. Thank you for the great work that you do for Liberia by providing this type of real-time information. Just a quick point, when you were introducing all the different people on the show, you call CDC, you call UP, you didn't say the centrism movement, even though you asked that quick question about, whether we were legal, and I did provide that information.
Are you a political party?
No, we're not a political party, but we are a political movement. We are a civic political movement with a particular set of views that govern how we engage, 19 guiding principles about how we engage with the politics and governance in our country. So it's important for us to begin to start to draw these distinctions as an entity, as the centrism movement. But that said, you are asking what is on my mind currently. And what I would say to you, Stanton, is that I'm particularly concerned about the quality of public debate in our country, about debate about governance, about debate about what are the key issues that move our country forward. I know you said we're going to have the time to discuss some of these things, but I think some of the values that we want to project as a centrism movement is about tolerance, is about responsible debate, is about raising what the actual issues are, void of insults, void of name calling, void of all of the rabid politicking that puts us in a position where the country descends into chaos. And today I think that as we go into that conversation, we should remember always, like I said, in the last program, that thousands and thousands and thousands of people follow this platform, CEO, because of the great work that you do. And they deserve to have public communications that are rooted in the real issues that matter to ordinary Liberians, not in attacking people, name calling, and all of that. So that's my concern preliminarily, but I think we have a responsibility to raise the debate to that level and to compare the issues and deal with the issues void of all of the mudslinging. But I'll stop there, and I'm sure we can talk about that.
Thank you very much, Colonel. Listen, though, this is on talk, and sometimes we got to go on the side and do a passing by. A passing by is when we got to hold you on to your past and remind the people of who you are. It's nothing personal. We'll go to bed, wake up the next morning, and drink coffee and come back again. But the main issue is to discuss Liberia. We really do appreciate your addition to this program. I think like you, between Unity Party and the centrism movement and that of Unity Party, I think I'm hearing that they will be sending you back to South Africa or Zimbabwe to take opposition. That's fine. You're still going to contribute. You're still going to work for your country. And this is why we call it a passing by. You will respond later.
These passing by that you can respond to, they're quite interesting, but like you put it, we all have a responsibility.
You can't go ahead.
Well, let me say hi. I call it the drive-by. So if you're on the show, people will give you a little hit. So if you're coming on the show, you gotta be prepared. Can't you talk about being a century, right? I remember, I think when you left the Liberty Party, you said the same thing to CDC. You said you were a century. So when you move into a party, you become a century until you join our party. So that's why I see you join the Unity Party. But again, today is another sad day, Stanton. Witnessing the president, you can tell that there's no work in the country. The president coming down to cut a ribbon for 15, pickup trucks. That I feel that the justice minister or somebody down there is supposed to do it. It shows that there's nothing in the country, nothing. 15 pickup truck to come and cut a ribbon at the executive mansion ground. Hey man, without know the country, this government is the way this government is going, you can tell that this is a real mediocre government. Just the small things, no big things. No, you cannot feel the big things. The bigger things, that energy, nothing. They're so the message wrongly to the people, and the people bought it. The people thought that they were coming with that big things, that grande, that massive things. But 15 pickup truck. Instead we used to donate stuff them in Liberia. You don't even show up. You don't even show up. And yesterday used to do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Real quick though, I love this. Did this ever happen on George Manawia presenting pickup trucks or vehicles and he cutting the ribbon? Did it ever happen on the former president George Weah?
The last pickup truck and ambulances that our president donated for all the chiefs in the county. County were there. Well, all the chiefs, all in the county, something big. Ambulance.
So I'm asking you in past. Thank you, Kev. Thank you very much. The Liberian people will decide. We got the video.
So, the tips are there. County were there.
Kev, wait now. Wait, Kev, I'm backing you back. We got the video, so we got the picture that these things happen on the George Manawia, and we'll show them too. My brother Jefferson Chelsea, JJC, let's have you.
Thank you, Stanton, and to your panelists. Oh, I see my man Phoebe here today. I like my man. Phoebe, welcome. And the centrist man, the man asked you one question yesterday. You did not answer. You need to answer that question tonight. And Kev, thank you. Stanton, you asked one question, and I want to be categorically clear on this. 15 pickups. The president abandoned his work, came down from the executive mansion to turn those 15 pickups over. I mean, that was shameful today. It was extremely embarrassing. And I don't think this government should reduce the presidency to that level. Stanton, we bought 47 pieces of earth-moving machines, 47 pieces. The president did not even see as anything. So he saw it as our duty. That's the job. That's normal thing. So when they bring the 285 machine, I mean that one more holidays. So it shows that the government is less basic, the mediocratic, and so simple. You bought vehicle for government entity through the budgeting process. And you are cited about it. The president left the office it's a disgrace to the presidency. It shouldn't even be happening around the mansion. And you talk about the pickups to the chiefs.
Thank you very much. Let's do this 1 minute very quick. Jefferson, it's just a quick intro. Others are coming on. We got to get to it. Let me bring my brother. Welcome to the show, Winfred Russell. It's good to have you. Let me bring Ed Remy Gray. Ed Remy Gray, your 1 minute intro, man. Talk to me.
Yes, Stanton, good to be back. I see the show taking different, turns, and that's a good thing for the network, man. People are exuberant. They want to come on and, showcase their side. That's politics. I mean, interestingly, some people refer to other people as looking for government job. And those who are running for the presidency, those who want their party to be, they are not looking for government job. That's exuberance. But you know what? I look at the comportment and the appearance of former President Weah. It looks pale in my eyes. I'm concerned about him. Hopefully all is well. Today, he appeared like he was tipsy whenever he made that presentation about the headquarters, the progress of it. And that's something probably I'll table for now, but maybe that's just me. Sometimes the world in general can look wasteful, but I'm concerned about the president. It doesn't look like the very exuberant, energetic guy that used to appear, on the stage, and you see him like somebody who's ready lead. Right now, it doesn't look that way. And regarding the presentation of those equipment to LDA, I would like to see more modern tools other than just pickup. Even if I were to see, you know, all-terrain vehicle ATVs and you know some drones and display of some modern equipment to fight drugs. Pick up those people just going to ride and buy their charcoal and transport it from one place to the other. But I think it's a good step. At least they think they provided some logistic for that entity, and that's the biggest focus of our country right now. We need to crack down on this drug issue. It's getting somewhere, Stanton.
Thank you very much, my friend and brother. Fubi, it's been a while. How you doing, sir? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody. Good to be back. I've been busy a few days with some serious attacks on the side. Yeah, but you know, I can just laugh one. Yeah, man, CDC men are trying to criticize little things. And when I met a blacking street to dedicate Tolly to a common school, they and they want to come tell Baka about not. He shouldn't use government time to go dedicate, you know, pickups. The issue is not about dedicating pickups. It's about showing the seriousness in the fight against drugs. This is the president has at this point, and this is something the president wants to see happen. So there are sometimes you even go to your children kindergarten graduation. It mean that it's the best graduation that they have it, but you want to show the importance of that to the child and say, look, I got interest in your education, that's why I'm here. So sometimes you gotta just keep quiet and chill on some of these things that you guys did, you have celebrated. And just in that 47-year-old machine you talk about
We say what's on your mind, right? So wait, Johnson, wait. We say what's on your mind for the day. So all of you guys running with this 115 pickup truck that kept brought up, that's on your mind. Okay.
They flip the topic. Sometimes you got something to say, but when something comes on, you have to go and deal with it too. So that's what I tell you. That 47 stuff never came, because if you had done it, CDC was noted for celebrating. You know, I will use the CDC scenario like the chicken and the elephant. The chicken would lay one single egg. The whole egg, just wait, man. We have time, can you talk? The chicken will lay one single egg. The whole village will do the chicken lay egg. Elephant will born one baby, or cow will born one baby that bigger than all the chicken eggs the chicken are laying in your life. You will not hear one noise. And that was CDC was doing that for. They patch one wall, they make noise. Stop.
Thank you. Jesse, you got to wait, my friend. Let everybody do their intro, please. Just 1 minute, we're coming right. Thank you very much, Fubi. Let's welcome Winfred Russell and also Emmanuel George. It's good to see you guys. I know it's going to be a very interesting show today. Our sisters will be joining us later. And just remember, we can have 2 representatives from each party on this show at the same time, right? So you got the ANC. There will be only 2 ANC members. The reason why Fubi is here because he's suspended. He's not ANC. So again, when the rest of the guys come, we'll do the arrangement. The Central Movement is here. Only 1 person, 10 go. We're only taking 1 person from that group. The Unity Party folks will be coming. We'll land Mame with the Unity Party, Jackie, and Dallon Tamba. Except we get Fubi to be a Unity Party representative, then he would tell us. Winfred Russell, it's good to see you. Maybe Gray is a Unity Party representative. We'll find out. Russell, what's up? Talk to us.
Thank you, and great being on again. I'd like to say hi to all of my friends and all of the listeners and viewers of this network. I was just open up saying congratulations to our friend, to Princess Eva Cooper, for her appointment. She's the inaugural and founding Director General of the newly Liberia National Tourism Authority. and her deputy is Dugba Norris. He's the deputy for planning, research, and development. I think this is a great move, and I think Princess Miss Cooper is going to do a fabulous job. She's been in this space and doing a lot of work to support and promote Liberian tourism. And this is a bold move on part of the president. I know it's been coming down the pike for a long time, and with the chair of the board, Mr. Chris Hayes, Onunaga, all of the folks who have been part of this effort, Mayor Yuri from the Liberia Tourism Association, the folks out there at Libasa. I want to say hats off to all of you who have been behind the scene working to ensure that this is today a reality. So this is a big step. This is a huge part of the arrest agenda. So we give Ms. Cooper our heartfelt congratulations and our support, and wish her all the best. And we'll be here to support and ensure that tourism takes its rightful place in Liberia. So that's how I would like to start off today. That's my opening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Russell. Let's hear you, Emmanuel. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, Connie, Kev, Wilfred, Cornell, Dr. Harris, and Jeff. It's good to see you guys. Stanton, last night something hit me like a bullet. While on the show doing his introduction, my dear brother Vendetta Patrick was in complete darkness. At the point in time when he came to speak to us, his internet was fluctuating. But when he laid his premise, my dear brother Vendelak was looking at the two parties, and he's saying that he didn't see any path for the ANC. What hit me was perhaps there were many, I believe there were many in a situation where you don't see any futures, in a situation where you complain all the time, but yet and still an alternative is standing right in front of you, but you seem to be blinded by the facts. So this evening, we hope this conversation will be lively. We will be presenting a candidate which we strongly believe is the one to move Liberia out of this situation. You know, Stanton, in 2011, there were celebrations, even at the level of the BBC, celebrating the landing of the fiber optic cable in Monrovia. 10 years later, we are still struggling with the level of activity. All these shows that there is a need for a serious change in our country. And this evening, we'll be presenting to you a gentleman by the name of Alexander B. Cummings, someone who grew up in West Point. I drove to West Point today, Stanton, because you challenged me the last time, so I decided I'm going to go to West Point today. I drove through that, and any Liberian who live in that area can vividly see where Mr. Cummings grew up and how he was able to leave from that part of our country to transform himself to where he is today. I look forward to a lively conversation and a wonderful debate. Good evening.
Okay, just real quick. You say you drove through West Point, right?
No, Point 4. Sorry, I went to Point 4.
Thank you very much, because I know I'm from Point 4 and I know exactly you meant Point 4.
Okay. But we're describing Point 4 the last time.
Point 4 is different from West Point, just to let you know.
Okay, yeah, I do know. Point 4, I meant Point 4.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mariah, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. What's on your mind for today? Just 1 minute. Yeah.
Gentlemen, how you doing? Oh, the ladies. I keep telling you, I can feel lonely. Well, today, honestly, what's on my mind, it's really how we become more intentional about doing things differently and making promises that we can keep. I think it's very disappointing when people you expect to know better and do better end up doing the worst. And that's clearly in reference to the ongoing vitriol and attacks from government institutions responsible to disseminate truthful and factual information, but has consistently over the last 2 years attacked, denigrate, insult, especially members of the opposition who dare to criticize or hold this government accountable. And that's really what's on my mind. Honestly, that's the only reason I'm on the show tonight, because I didn't really plan on coming on. That we have this conversation and be really honest with ourselves as a people, as Liberians. How can we hold our leaders or officials to a higher standard and demand that they meet that standard? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mariah, and thanks to all of you for joining us. We got a lot to discuss today. Like I said, that will be in and out within the studio. We appreciate your contribution. Usually, Lenny will come a little bit late because she's working. Jackie should be on. Speaking of the females that will be joining us, Akaris Mostly Grace coming on. Uncle Sam, Dr. Bopler, and the rest of the team. Like I said, we will accommodate as per party required. Let's get into it. And this is one of the things that is trending today. So let's just make this first. It's also important to know that your contribution is your own contribution. It's not the network. Please. And it's good for us to announce this. It's only you, and you will be held responsible. It would not be the network. I hope we all agree on this. And someone told me yesterday, Stanton, please allow the guys to sign these different documents. So thank God the counselor is here, Mariah, counselor is here, Kano Barbara, and maybe they can put those things together and send it to the CEO, Madam Titi Kane, that we can say, yes, you are responsible for what you say on this show. It got nothing to do with the network. Mariah, you want to say something? I see you.
I can only do free legal work, pro bono work for indigent clients, people who can afford. You're not indigent. Nobody doing free work for you. Maybe the St. Joseph boss can help you.
So you understand that this network is doing a free legal work, or free PR work for all the political parties in the country. So therefore, they should rather be same.
I don't mind doing that pro bono, considering our own little contribution to the network. I will address that.
I respect that. Thank you very much. Guys, let's talk about what is happening now, right? What is happening in our country? Mr. Comey spoke on Sunday, one-on-one with the CEO. Listen, to my amazement, and seriously speaking, guys, I was very surprised that what Mr. Comey said on Sunday have gone viral. Almost 200 and something thousand people. I don't know if it's the wave from the convention or what happened, but we give God all the glory, and the Liberian people will say thank you. Yesterday, Monday, today, Tuesday, the government have taken siege of this message from Mr. Comey. They are unleashing. They are putting up the 300 men power. I mean, not George Weah speaking, he have not spoken in a long time. Not the other political leaders, but Mr. Comey. Mr. Comey has been speaking before. What's new now? Why now that they can come after Mr. Comey and not coming after Mr. Comey on the issues, but coming after Mr. Comey with his height, his weight, his intellectual ability, his wisdom, his understanding, his comprehension, and no comprehension, but not on the issue. So in this light, I want to start with my brother, Winfred Russell. Winfred, before we will make the, our brother's name from ANC last on this one. Winfred, what's going on? Let me play some of the clip for our audience that have not seen it, and then we'll start with you, Winfred Russell. This is the Deputy Minister of Information, Daniel Sado. And by the way, I spoke to Daniel Sado today, and I'm just going to leave what we spoke on. But let's play this, guys. Listen.
People who believe in their little cubicle, they believe that nothing is happening. And we don't understand. are those who have their minds saturated with politics, will think that tomorrow is the next election. And they intentionally play blind eye to all of the existing, the unfolding realities in the country. And they want to portray total negativity and just become doubting Thomases and cast doubt on the future of the country, all in the name of grabbing power. We listen to some of them. And they have made some very deceptive assertions about the country. If you are a political leader, it's good to revive your party. You go to an election where you are expected to perform, and you decline. The economy will say that the diminishing marginal return. You decline. And in an attempt to revive your political ambition from out of obscurity, you are now caught up in what people call dishonesty. You're making a assertion that cannot be supported by facts. You're making a assertion that run contrary to the facts. And it's very much unfortunate for that political leader. I mean, it's one thing to be a political dwarf. It's another thing to be an intellectual dwarf. I'm not too sure those who are now presenting themselves as having solution to all of the country's problems expect us to forget what it took us yesterday. Some of the people who now say that in just under 19 months of the Bouaga presidency, nothing has changed. We have to remind them. For 6 years under the previous administration.
Okay, thank you very much. Am I clear though? Can you guys hear me? Am I good? All right, thank you very much. So let's get into this. This is one part of this thing. We'll play Jeremy Pierre will play what he said, but let's just stick with this one though. What's going on here? This is a government spokesperson. Talk to me.
Thank you, Stanton. It's very discouraging, to hear the official spokespeople of the government speaking the way that they're speaking. As far as I'm concerned, we don't need the Ministry of Information. I mean, that's a whole separate conversation, I know. But the Ministry of Information is a relic of the colonial past. From World War II to the height of the Cold War and all of that, when propaganda was the order of the day. We don't need that anymore. We're in a new dispensation. We're in a very high-tech, very accessible. People can get their information from all over the place. We really do not need a Ministry of Information. So I know that's another conversation, but to hear someone who is supposed to be the spokesperson of this government speaking the way he is speaking and using the language that he's using, the words that he's using in a sort of disparaging type of way of another Liberian who happens to be a political leader of of an opposition political party. That's unacceptable. And, with, name calling, political dwarfs. I mean, what's that all about? Can we stick to the issue? I mean, I will encourage them to speak to the issue, stick to the issues at hand, let battle about ideas and different solutions to addressing the merit of problems that we have in the country. The government is doing some good things. I mean, like I just spoke during my opening about the naming of the leaders or the people who are going to run the new Liberia National Tourism Authority. I mean, that's
when you right there, we're talking about the goodness of the government, right? This is like everyone that called me today in and out of government, they're kind of confused, right? Colonel Gray, what's going on here? This is not only limited to Mr. Cummings now. What's going on when both the minister and his deputy coming out with insult and calling names? Before you speak, let me just wrap this up with Jerry Limit Pierre, what he said. Someone send me this.
He clamored with something they call with tire suffering rather. So they were tire suffering. They gave all the justifications that they were actually tire suffering. We came to the elections. The arrogance he brought in the election that he was the only guy who would deliver us, the opposition community, plummeted into 1%. But this guy who's been against George Weah, who was purporting to be a real opposition person, who disagree with everything that was happening on Weah and wanted it to be changed. What happened when we went to the runoff election? He tried to play that sparrow game, the same dishonesty he's showing in this conversation. To say, I, as a political leader, am not going to endorse anybody. But my people can go anywhere they want to go. Oh, did you pay attention? Did you see where all of them decided to go? They all went to CDC. And all of them who went to CDC were yelling all over the place that they.
So let me hear you. You should I don't do this, but let me hear you, Colonel Gray. Is this the message? What did Cummings say that he deserved this different response from? This response from how you call them, the minister and his deputy. What's the issue here? But we didn't hear anything about going against Cummings, contrary to the policy issue and making those differences in this government. If you try to compare Cummings with Jose Yumambwaka, let's hear you.
Stanton, firstly, one of the leading proponents of the retired suffering, Louis Brown, is today an ambassador at the United Nations under the tutelage of this administration. So that dispel that entire, agoraphobic feeling that, the tire suffering was something else and so on and so forth. But, back in the Soviet Union, when they used to have the KGB, they used to have a radio system called Agitprop, short for agitation and propaganda. And that's how sometimes these people come across. Remember, I pushed the packet down the line that when they had with the now Senator of Grand Crew that was here a few weeks ago, Duncan, when he spoke. Sando responded to him. You have to elevate. I said that you have to elevate the conversation. You are the ruling administration. If anybody goes against your record, it presents a brilliant a moment for you to present exactly what is it you're doing that you should cue public attention towards. Not sometimes they come across as extremely childish. I don't know if either of those people ever went to school and studied communication. I don't think. I know Jermilek Pierre came from agriculture. Maybe he got a scholarship for public policy. And then Daniel Sano himself now elevating the conversation. But Stanton, anytime somebody of substance speaks, it triggers some feeling in these people. Because look, we are in a competitive environment. Politics by itself, unless you control the narrative, somebody will do for you. And this was the opportunity for them to control the narrative. Look, Mr. Cummings will speak the way he sees things. That's his right. You will speak the way you see things. It is left with the response from the other person to say, no, this is what we're doing right.
Thank you.
This and this are what we're doing. Well, don't start going childish, going down the quarter, man.
Thank you. Hearing from you, I'm kind of surprised that you're taking this route, because usually you speak exactly how you see it, and I appreciate that though. The Liberian people deserve better, and we should stick to this. Just allow us to rotate these guys. Like I said again, we got to be measured on the show, 2 from each party to give others a chance to speak. But for now, we'll rotate. Let me bring you in real quick, Mariah. No, Mariah will keep you. Let's hear from Kev Hassan. Like I said, I'll bring you in after we speak with Councilor Kano about a year. Kev Hassan, let me hear you, my brother. Talk to me.
Yeah, Stanton, this is easy because they don't have anything to sell. If you don't have anything to sell, if you cannot go against Mr. Cummings intellectually, you boil down to insults. They don't have it. They cannot sell nothing. They cannot sell the bread and butter. They cannot sell a single thing. Imagine they calling Mr. Cummings dishonest. We're talking about folks who went against Mr. Cummings with a fake finger thing they were doing the CPP. Imagine people who lie against Mr. Cummings just to because I remember I said that on the show. And I remember I told Mr. Cummings to his face in Liberia, I said, Mr. Cummings, those people are criminals. You should leave the CPP. They are criminals. I said it on the show. Everybody say, oh, you want the CPP to break up. And when we met Mr. Cummings, I said it to him face to face. They are criminals. So how can this Unity Party call Mr. Cummings dishonest? The way they treated him, lie on him that he fingered a document, and now we're seeing them finger document in their own government, the fingering document. So Stanton, I think they are dishonest. They are dishonest people. They don't have no moral right to speak against Mr. Cummings. Reason number one, because they don't have the intellectual capacity or capability to attack Mr. Cummings, to go into the debate of the issues. They don't have the issues. Nothing. Zero. They cannot say anything to Mr. Cummings.
Thank you, Kev. Kano, let's hear you. I mean, from a central position, what say you? You got to unmute, Kano.
Well, thank you, Stanton. I would like to start by firstly, very respectfully disagreeing with Brother Russell that there isn't a need for a Ministry of Information. I think in a country like Liberia, given our history, and even now as the world progresses and we see the negative impact that misinformation and disinformation can play in destabilizing countries, I think there has to be a central authority that disseminates qualitative information, development communications that can inform the people about what is happening in the country, how to access basic services, and inform them about the function of government. I think it is so very critical and important. That said, I think the manner and form in which we communicate on public, platforms should be cultured, should be respectful, should be demeaning of the position. That said, I listened to what you put up, and I want to restrict my comments in this matter to what I listened to and what I just watched that you share, both of the excerpts from Minister Sando and from Jeremy McPia. Probably there is a longer excerpt. And one of the things at the Century Movement we want to pride ourselves in is quality like we see it based on what the evidence is. In this particular instance, the evidence I'm going by to offer my opinion are the 2 video excerpts, CEO, that you played. I'll start with the first one by Daniel Sando. And maybe it is because of my penchant for language and to look at the idiomatic expressions in language. Maybe that's why I would interpret this differently. I heard Sando say that he characterized Mr. Cummings as a political and intellectual dwarf. Now, it is easy to take that rendition and make it a question of whether you are referring to the actual physical height. I wouldn't reach the conclusion that Sando was referring to the physical height. Maybe there's a longer excerpt, and I keep making this point because I'm going on the evidence that I witnessed. However, if we go idiomatically, then Sando may have most likely been referring, of course, you know, politics is a punch you punch me type of game, robust communications, that your political dwarfism or your intellectual dwarfism is around the numbers that you got in the preceding elections. If we assume that to be correct, then I will not say what I watched was an insult to Cummings. Probably there is a longer video of what extra, and I know Daniel can get very dirty at times. I've listened to him as well. And my disposition has been, as the government and an official spokesperson of government, you should speak every time you have the opportunity to speak, speak about the record, speak about what you are achieving, and don't try to just get in the mud. But in this instance, based on what I listened to, I wouldn't say there was an insult from Sando. Similarly, look, listening to the PR excerpt that you put up, CEO, and again, I'm restricting these comments to the videos that you just shared. Maybe there's a pattern here that I'm not privy to. Maybe there's a longer excerpt that you will play and we can look at it. But when I listen again to Minister Pierre, he was, in his view, recounting history in the elections and trying to say that Mr. Cummings has a history of backpedaling on what his positions are. And he cited about how Mr. Cummings did not provide the appropriate guidance for his partisans, and most of them supported the CDC. Again, and I know this may be a bit painful for my colleagues from the CDC and the ANC and other people, that in this particular instance, what you put up, CEO, which is the evidence that I'm basing these comments on, I did not hear insults. What I heard was robust communication. That said, you will agree with me in my opening comment.
Just 2 minutes we gave each panelist a place.
So should I wrap up now? Should I wrap up very quickly?
Yes.
So like I was saying, just to backtrack a bit, when you asked me at the earlier instance, what I was thinking about, it is about something like this. I think a higher responsibility is placed on Ministers Pia and Sando. Disregard what I said earlier for now. There's a higher responsibility. And how people interpret, how you feedback public discourse or critique is important. But in this particular instance, based on what I watched, I would say this was a very robust response, a bit too robust if you ask me, but I think it didn't cross the line of becoming overtly insulting to Mr. Cummings. And that's my understanding of the idiom.
Real quick though, it's only fair to do this. I know everybody have to speak. Did they respond to the issue that Cummings raised? Poverty, hardship, bad governance, corruption. Did you hear anything from the minister or his deputy on these issues?
Particularly in the excerpt, again, I keep basing my responses, CEO, on the videos that you played. If it's in those particular excerpts, I did not hear a very coordinated and targeted response to the issues being raised. But I think that onus is on them to do them.
We'll do a round to be more interactive on this. Let me play this video, then we'll go to Moriah.
Nothing has changed? Papa, where you reading? What did you take before going on that talk show? Where you talk about that thing there? Coffee, tea, or what? What did you take?
Jambakbai.
Okay, maybe something. Chief.
Moriah, let's hear you.
Can you
Talk
play
to
that?
us.
Stanton,
Say
can you
that?
play that again? Can you play
I
that
do what?
clip again? Can you
Okay.
play that clip?
Nothing has changed? Papa, where you reading? What did you take before going on that talk show? Where you talk about that thing there? Coffee, tea, or what? What did you take?
Jambakbai.
Okay, maybe something. Chief.
Okay, thank you. So, first, I just want to say I can understand Kanye's position, because sometimes when you identify as something you wouldn't really see how insulting it could be. So maybe being called dishonest or intellectual dwarf, it's something that Kanye identifies with. So he wouldn't see it as insulting, but rather as robust. So I can understand his positioning. However, what we owe the Liberian people is not just honesty, but to ourselves, the truth. When you have government spokesperson attacking political leaders of the opposition, there's no defense around it. Let's be clear. It's not just the Ministry of Information officials. The reason I asked you to play that clip twice is because when Pia said, were you taking, were you drinking, or were you drank before going to toilet, were you taking? Another official of government responded in VAR and said, Jamapaya, which means, because we do have people from Cape Mountain in our party, which means marijuana, grass, drugs, weed. That official of government will be identified. The voice does sound like Fatima, the current deputy minister appointed at Internal Affairs. And if it is established that it was Fatima, we are going to demand a retraction and an apology, or she will prove where she has seen Mr. Cummings take grass and weed or drugs before. That an official of government will sit on the public platform, since they've changed from cash reloaded to cost reloaded, and say that a political leader of the opposition took drugs before coming on a national TV to speak to the people, is not being bold, it's not coming across as strong, it is downright insulting, it is defaming, it is degrading, and these are the kinds of things that we no longer accept. So tomorrow, as the National Vice Chair for Legal Affairs of the ANC, I will be sending a communication to Deputy Minister Fatima on behalf of the ANC. On that note, when Councillor Gonglo, sometime this year, spoke, he talked about the need for the Ministry of Information to go back to the 1970s under Dr. Edward Kesseley and become what the ministry was supposed to be. Information, informing the public, improving our culture, providing news about the government, and not being used for propaganda and attacks. It was very pertinent that he made those comments, and I can send you the link to it. He called on the ministry to go back to the 70s during that period to do what the ministry was actually established to do, and not what it has turned out to be. The Ministry of Information, because they've removed tourism, has now become the Ministry of Marcos and Propaganda, and that is unacceptable. So there's no defense for it. We know exactly what is happening. In fact, Mr. Cummings is not the first political leader they've insulted, and he probably will not be the last. But going forward, it is on the Liberian people to decide if this is what they want from their officials. It is on the president to let us know if this is behavior that he accepts from his officials who are acting in these capacities at these various ministries. And I will close on that for now.
Thank you very much, Mariah. And again, we just hate to do this, but this is about Liberia, and we hope everybody will have the chance to respond accordingly. And wherever you are, like I said, we should discuss the issue at hand. Let me bring in our brother, Akaris Mosi Great. We'll go to Jefferson Chesson, Phoebe Herons, Emmanuel George. Akaris, what say you on this topic?
Yeah, I know I have read about Muhammad Saad Sahaf. That is Baghdad Bob, or Comical Ali. Comical Ali. The ministry has transformed itself into such individual. The deputy minister who usually go about insulting and lying and the minister proper. They have reduced themselves to comical Ali. You know, that's the former information minister up to 2001 under Saddam Hussein. They call him Mohammed Sa al-Sahaf, but he's popularly known as Baghdad Bob. It's not surprising that the ministry will have Baghdad Bobs. And I concur with Councillor Gongo when he said the executive law of 1972, that should be looked at in terms of the cardinal function of the Ministry of Information. The Ministry of Information is not the spokesperson for the president or the presidency. The press secretary speaks for the president. The Ministry of Information speaks for the three branches of government that made up the government itself. But this ministry has reduced itself into insulting lawmakers, into insulting political leaders. The same Daniel Sanders insulted George Weah. You are there. Okay, for public record. But President Boyka is responsible. Every appointed official works in accordance to the way and pleasure of the president. And if that appointed official can insult your co-equal in the public glare, listen, Mariah struck a point. I'm from the Val vernacular. Listen, when the guy said, "What did you take?" The minister, the guy said, "Jamba Pai," and said, "Okay, baby, play the tape, go over it." He said, "What did you take?" Somebody said, "Jamba Pai," in my vernacular. Then he said, "Okay, maybe." That means it was planned. It was organized to insult him. We all know dry leaf Jamba Pai in Val means opium. So that the accusation that what he was drinking, probably that's why the claim that he was drinking. But I've said this to the ANC. I don't go to court on these political things. I will say it to you. To every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction under the neutral law. These guys are apes. They are from the St. Janthropos kingdom, Homo St. Janthropos. The way to deal with it is to use bazookas. If they go in the gutters, you got to go in the gutters with them. You need men who will go in the gutters with them. If President Boyka will sit at the presidency and allow his subordinate to insult our leaders, we got men who can reciprocate the can. That political reciprocity exists in political theories. Then probably that will bring decorum. People will say, "No, it's too much now." They bring decorum to the process. But on a fair note, look, the essence of the Ministry of Information has to be revisited once the terrorism component is taken out. Because when we introduced that bill, me and Ono Snow, our objective was to reform the Ministry of Information because we would take a component from the Ministry of Information. The amended version of the 1972 Act, Chapter 31, creating the Bureau of Terrorism, the National Terrorism Authority, that bill. So when somebody taking Jama and somebody say you're taking Jama, behave to them like you're taking Jama.
Thank you.
Yeah,
the Honorable was a great thank you very much.
We take no POW room. We execute you on the front line before the international community asks for you.
Political execution, please be correct. We have the Facebook.
Execution.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tamba, sorry, Fubi, let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, so good evening again. You know, I can just enjoy the job. Sister Yakura, if you issue lawsuit, I think you got more lawsuit to be issued because you have this kind of attacks coming more and more. So I would not advise you to even go that route. And Mr. Kopi said something on Sunday. He said when you're alluding to the issue of the court process, he said at the time he took it to be legal and he followed the legal procedure, not knowing it was political. So you have to, I think Mr. Cummings fully well understands that in politics, it's not only Bible game. You will have these kind of backlashes coming left and right. A lot of times, myself to have conversation, you say, "Oh, be tuned down when I was aggressive and going at people." I told you, I said, "Look, at some point, I said I love to tote my own cross." When people attack you, you go for them. You know, at the same way. It's not Holy Bible thing to say, oh, the government officials should not be insulting. You got your partisans. If you feel that you don't like the way they responded, it's up to you. You know, I like my man great, woman man great talking. You know, 2018, he must say how from Mr. Cummings. When he attacked Mr. Cummings, when Mr. Cummings went out, he said, I call him Mr. Cummings picky man. He must have went for him toe to toe. And at some point, he said, Mr. Cummings endorsed the thing I was saying to him. But I told him, I said, look, these are some of the stuff. You fire right back. And, you know, so we can't sit there and be talking about the government officials should not respond the way they responded. The government felt they were under attack. The government wants re-election. And anything that will threaten that re-election, they will fire back. So you do that one power, you have to fire back to stay on point. Then I'm holding up again. Then I'm moral game. Politics not moral game. Like Grace said, fire for fire, bazooka for bazooka. So we need to understand that and play along. And they're not, sorrowful, feel sorry. The government official should not respond that way. If you respond to the government certain way, the government official not like it, their spokespeople, their surrogate will come back hard. And to understand that politics. Now, in the moralist game, Mr. Cummings knows that. He myself will have some similar discussion. He said, look, politics is not purist game. And you don't expect pure, decent responses. Even we are attacked back at a certain point. You're dying, I pay a medical bill. He went down low. All sort of stuff. So you have this kind of stuff. Listen to man, Donald Trump, call him Sleepy Joe. He fire back, fire. So let's understand that. And also, those are the things that I would not want to sit here and say, oh, the minister should not respond their way, they should take their way, or we should go to court. You go to court, that waste of time. They will not retract that statement. I can show you. So you use the energy in another direction instead of trying to, because there will be more legal people you read. I can show you that between now and 2029, because people know that this is your weakness, that's why they will capitalize on. If they feel that when they insult Mr. Cummings, you're relative, they will keep insulting him. So you get prepared for the political battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. Jefferson, let's hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Stanton. And
Jeff,
hold on 1 minute. Let's hear from Murad. Murad, go ahead.
Listen, Phoebe, I don't think anybody is going to waste time going to court or taking everybody to court. That's not the intent. At the end of the day, when we accept that politics is supposed to be this no holds bar, nothing, everything goes, and it's not morality, so people can just do whatever. And I always tell people, until we do our politics differently, this is why we continue to get the results that we get. At the end of the day, politics is the only profession that has literally no rules. Everything goes. What we accept in politics, you don't accept it in medicine, you don't accept it in nursing, you don't accept it in law, you don't accept it in engineering, you don't accept it in any other space or sector. Yet we expect the worst kinds of behavior from people because they're in politics, and yet we expect them to be different when they become leaders. You want the people who are aspiring for leadership to be condescending, rude, denigrating, defaming, all of that. But yeah, when they become ministers, when they become leaders and lawmakers, then you expect them to be proper. You expect them to represent the people that they're representing. How does that work? How does it make sense? So what we're saying is the same way when Obed started with Mr. Cummings being gay, and we said, oh, it's politics. You can't hold him accountable to prove that Mr. Cummings is gay. It's the simplest we are. What government officials are saying, Mr. Cummings is taking weed. That's why he's coming on show and talking. And he's telling me, oh, that's politics. That everybody, no, not everybody will say Mr. Cummings taking weed. So the people who know he can take weed will show that he can take weed, because at the end of the day, we're not going to sit back anymore and let these labels hold on Mr. Cummings like it did before. And he made it very clear people will not define him. So you can sit there and say, oh, that politics, not everybody will take, because when you set an example on one person, people understand that this is not business as usual. The politics we want in, like, well, yes, you can insult. Insult is different from aiming. Let's be clear. If I insult you, I can insult you in a way that I am not making defamatory comments about you and accusing you of things that are damaging to your reputation and that are damaging to your cause. So let's be clear between insult and defamation.
Murad, thank you very much. Let's move, guys. Let's just stop the laughing, Jefferson Chesson. We're having some serious show here, please. Let's just present ourselves well.
So Stanton, here we are. Everything you see Daniel Sano doing in the Ministry of Information, Bouakai is fully aware and he sanctioned it. And the clear intent is to discourage intellectual and civic disengagement. They want strong voices to withdraw from public discourse, which will cause a decline in our civic participation and our intellectual debate. That's what they want. But for me, I'm not surprised for a functional illiterate like Daniel Sano to refer to men like Cummings as an intellectual dwarf. Do you know who the real intellectual dwarf is? It's Bouakai. Bouakai, who did both primary and secondary education in 2 countries, in Freetown, in Liberia. And he had to become a janitor at LU to be able to get his bachelor's degree since 1972. That man is an intellectual dwarf because he doesn't even understand what the Ministry of Information should be doing. And this is why you have somebody like Daniel Sano there. Bouakai is absolutely educated. That is the true intellectual dwarf there. And they're doing it on purpose. Because when you get the Ministry of Information, we choose to insult over engagement, especially when Mr. Cummings raised critical issues about the governance of our country. Instead of addressing those issues, you resort to insulting. This alone will damage the very foundation of our democratic governance. It will discourage people. Liberia progress depends on open dialogue, respect for dissent, and commitment to ethical leadership. If this government cannot hold up those important part of our governance system, then it's troubling for us. You have a backlash. You have somebody who is half-baked, who is not even halfway educated as Cummings, and you call him an intellectual dwarf. You should be referring to Bouakai, who's sanctioning what you're doing at the Ministry of Information. Bouakai has no further education than what he got from LU in 1972. He hasn't read any book more than that. And he got that education barely, because if you're working as a janitor in UL, what a time you got to go to school. Bouakai is half educated. His bachelor degree is unquestionable. Those are the true dwarf intellectually. Those are the people. Look, Daniel Sano, I don't even encourage Morale trying to sugarcoat what Daniel Sano did. He was directly referring to Bouakai. Bouakai is the real and true intellectual dwarf. He has no education beyond what he got from
Okay, let's move on.
Since 1972.
Let's move on. Thank you for your contribution. Emmanuel George, let's hear you. Glenny, welcome to the show. Abula Mame, welcome to the show. Emmanuel?
Thank you, Stanton. When you drive the street of Monrovia in a padded car with tinted glasses, it is difficult for you to see the people are suffering. If you drive from your office directly to your house in your fence, it's difficult for you to see the struggling that Liberian people are going through. So therefore, a minister of information who finds himself in that position finds it difficult for him to understand the challenges of our country. Now, if you don't have solution to the drug epidemic that is plaguing our nation, you don't have a solution to the strike that is going on at the University of Liberia, then you take insults, you pull odiums of vituperations, because you know when you learn any language, you learn insults before you learn the actual words. So that's the challenge that we see happening at the Ministry of Information. They have no ideas how to solve the nation problem. With Mr. Ezana Cummings coming up with great ideas to solve the problems, it baffles them. It just fumbles them. And because they are fumbles, they have no other way to speak except use insults. So we should be praying and thinking about these gentlemen. I have nothing else to offer than insults. But we still come to the facts. Mr. Cummings' interview have been seen by thousands of Liberians, and Liberians appreciate it. They appreciate the fact that there is a political leader who is talking about raising the salary from $150 to between $300 and $400 a month. They are excited to hear that there is someone who understands the situation going on in this country. So Daniel Sando and Mr. Pia can go ahead and insult as much as possible. That does not change what is on ground. It doesn't change the reality in this country. We'll continue to speak to the reality in this country. And if they want to be educated, they can do that. Before I close, maybe when Mr. Pia used the word "or," perhaps he did not know that there is an assistant minister at the Ministry of Transport who was an executive of the ANC that they have appointed. Perhaps he also did not know that in Mr. Cummings' interview, he spoke about how the late Gillespie spoke to him before taking up the offer from the president. Or perhaps he did not know that when they were squandering our monies going to parties in the U.S. while they were supposed to be at the UN General Assembly, that the permanent ambassador to the United Nations was the campaign manager of the CPP during the last elections. If he starts to think in that direction, it will be difficult for him to come public on the public social media to state that all of the members of the ANC went to the CDC, because I think he's wallowing in confusion, and hopefully he will. I don't even think that that the ministers actually listened to the entire interview. They did not.
Thank you very much, Mama. Let's hear you. Well, let's stick with this interview and let's hear you on this one.
We've shared our opinion on this content coming from the Ministry of Information before. That opinion has not changed. It remains consistent. The Ministry of Information should rise to the occasion and begin to speak more to the issues than attacking those individuals. What Mr. Cummings said, it's not different from what most of the other people say. I mean, I talk to people in government. I mean, they get concerned about how the government can do more. And that's what Mr. Cummings said. You cannot go after him. If I was speaking to that, I would be telling Mr. Cummings what has changed. And there are a lot of things that have changed. Why it is true that the state at which the country we expect the country to be, or we anticipate, we're not there yet. But a lot of things has changed that you could point to Mr. Cummings. Diplomatic passports are no longer in the hands of criminals and drug lords. The reputation of our country internationally has been restored. That has changed. You should be able to tell Mr. Cummings that. Your government just signed an oil concession with Total Energy, unprecedented in the last 10 years. Other administrations been struggling to do so. Your president just did that. That is a vote of confidence in the investment climate in your country. You should be saying that something has changed. And because of that, there's a potential now for other people to look at Liberia as an investment destination. So tell Mr. Cummings that has changed. The IMF just left your country. Look at their rating. Yes, they talk about drawing down on the growth numbers, but they now want to draw down on the growth numbers globally. They see IMF has drawn down on the global growth from 3.3 to 2.8 and now 3.1. But they were telling you that your government have made significant reduction on unproductive expenditure. That has changed. You should be telling Mr. Cummings that. You should be telling him.
So let's make progress here, Bami. We'll come back. Let me land. Yeah, I want us to talk about why they are not speaking on those different things you are talking about, right?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. So you should be telling Mr. Cummings that your National Port Authority is operating 24 hours facilitating trade, rather than going after him. To go after him is to show that you don't have something to say, or you have just adopted an attitude of being an aggressive communicator, which is wrong. The platform you're using is the platform of the state. It should be sacred, and content from that platform should be responsible and to the issues.
Mama, thank you very much. Plenty, let's hear you. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mariah. It's good to see you. But I want to say this. I think I agree with some of what Mame said, and I think the onus is upon the Ministry of Information to behave better, because you're speaking to Liberian people. You can't be a government of the people, regardless of Mr. Cummings' opposition status, and just talk about him like any kind of way. That is unacceptable. If people do that to President Boyka, they won't like that. So Daniel Sano, in his capacity of representing the Minister of Information, what he did is unacceptable. He calling somebody, and I like somebody, because I talked about this yesterday. If we continue to accept these things that people are doing, it becomes a norm, then it's acceptable. It may not be just for Mr. Cummings, but there are things that we've been accepting over and over time. So now for him to come, a government official to now come and refer to an opposition political leader as a political dwarf, a handful of supporters, that's not right. It should not come from a minister in the government, because they should be working towards bringing all of Liberians together, whether they're on the opposite side or not. This is not campaign time. We're in governance. How is that bringing people together by you referring to an opponent as if to say this is campaign? I think those are immature comments. And this is something that always comes from Daniel Sano. I think he needs to change the rhetorics, because it doesn't say well of the government. It does not say well of the Ministry of Information. It is wrong. He needs not to be speaking of Liberians, qualified Liberians, capable people, responsible people. He should not be talking to them like he's talking to charlatans, Talibans, and all those people. It's wrong. And Jeremiah Pierre needs to also correct that. But if he doesn't correct that, it means that he's indeed endorses what Sando says. And I'll be the first. I want to be on the record that what he's saying and what he's doing is immature. And he needs to grow up and stop speaking about Liberians in such tone. It's wrong.
Glennie, thank you. Let's welcome Fundela Patrick. Mr. Patrick, talk to us, please.
So thank you, CEO. I follow the conversation. Personally, that description was used of me as an intellectual academician, I will take no offense. My understanding of being intellectually draft or intellectual draft, everybody knows that it's short thing. And in the context of what Daniel Sano was saying, because it was style, I was looking at the context when the Minister Prophet said something, that they scored 7% in 2017, and in 2023, Mr. Kumi positioned himself as somebody who could lead the opposition or defeat President Weah, but he came back to 1%. In this context, Daniel Sano is saying that he is an intellectual draft. I don't think he was talking about the physical structure. He was talking about his inability to manage the public narrative more effectively of the ANC, because your message did not go across. It was short. It was politically short. But if I was in that position, I would have taken the route of what Mambe said. But again, make no mistake. When Mr. Kumi appeared here, he made some styling revelations that were provocative to the government. Most importantly, there are supporters of political institutions, not excluding the ANC. Most of them are ballistic. Like the comment I made here last night, that Kumi will not win 2029 elections, because it is impossible for Kumi to defeat the ANC, the CDC, and the Unity Party. And my argument was clear. The CDC remains the biggest opposition political party. So anybody defeating the incumbent, that would be the CDC, because they are positioned themselves as the biggest opposition political party. And that reflected in 2017. So, and guess what? People came after me. In my inbox, they called me different names. And of course, I never run away from the battles of Adi. I will not. So people have to understand that within the Ministry of Information, the Deputy Minister for Public Affairs, he engaged the social media and different political media platform. He collects and contextualized something that is cacophonious to the president or that demean the image of the president. They will have to come after you harshly. Am I saying that is correct? I'm not in his shoe. But if you critique the head of state and you go after people that work with the Minister of Information, make no mistake, everybody on this platform will agree with me. Even sedition, just write something against John Weah today on Facebook. You will know what will happen. They will come after you. So again, in conclusion, CEO, I was spoken differently. I will not take the ride of Daniel Sano, but I'm not in his shoe.
Thank you very much. So I think everyone has spoken. I'm kind of confused when you speak sometimes, Vandana Patrick. You're trying to contextualize what he said. You're trying to say it's okay, that's his right. Now you will not take the right he took because it's not right. Let me say this. You can't have it both ways. Take a position here. And so my own thing in this whole thing, I think the government is failing. I will say this to everyone. Mama ladies sing all uniquely. There's no time for us to come on this show and try to play it safe. This is Liberia we are talking about. Daniel Sano got nothing to say. Jeremy Pierre got nothing to say. The Ministry of Information is just dead. The Ministry of Information running a podcast within the ministry in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and in the night. What's going on? The ministry is dead. Can anybody tell me the work of the Ministry of this Information Ministry under this government? Are you saying that they are just there to run propaganda? That how far we have come? Are they selling the Joseph Yima Boakai message here? Is Joseph Yima Boakai the president endorsing them? Is that how he's sending them out? To be like an attack dog? Is that what the president doing? Because he have not spoken on it. It's not about Mr. Cummings here. We know President Boakai to be a decent man. And that's why we supported him. Most of us. Is he endorsing Jeremiah? How you call him? Daniel Sando? Is he endorsing Jeremy Pierre? To say Mr. Cummings smoking? Or to go after Tewan Gonglo? To go after a sitting lawmaker, Senator Snow? Senator Creighton Donkey? And this government have not said anything. So is this the new thing? That you only put our information in just to insult your political opponent? Is that the work? What have these guys done? To tell you the truth, just take a look. Make my man a sweeper of the information ministry. He's going to do a better job than the Pierre and the Daniel Sando. You got a lot to sell to the Liberian people. You have a lot to sell. Are you selling insult? I spoke to Daniel Sando today. I said, my man, you are wrong. He said, oh, man, anybody attack our government, we attack them. I said, but our government and we attack them. Are you listening to yourself? I spoke to him. I said, is this what President Boakai want? If you call Alexander Cummings an intellectual dwarf, and somebody come and call Joseph Yima Boakai an intellectual dwarf, are you understanding yourself? What's your message? What did Cummings say? The country is hard. No, the country is not hard. Give us your data. Prove it to us, right? My Liberian people, is Liberia hard today? Was Mr. Cummings wrong? No. We're not going to say Mr. Cummings is an intellectual dwarf. We're not going to talk about him. And we have corrupt individuals in this government and bad governance? No. We're not going to say that about Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings got 1%. You are leaving the important issue to lie to the Liberian people and say you are fighting for them. This is not the fighting spirit. This is not the fighting spirit. It's not about heart. So I think we got a problem here under this government. The government is not delivering for her people, and therefore the government is choked. I can say that this government is choked. So if the government is choked, it's suffocation, right? You start gasping for air. And when you're gasping for air, like you are singing, you hold on every little thing to survive. And that's what happened with Jeremy Pierre. But when people ask the information minister, what is going on there? But you know what is going on there? Go ask Matthew Yamplu. They go in the dark room to share Kato money. Because each person they invite to talk, they give them 1,000 or 1,005. How do you think these guys are surviving? What is going on at the information ministry to go on DSA and travel every day with the president to say what? Did you hear Jeremy Pierre speaking about the UNGA and how they got that seat? The first time Jeremy Pierre spoke, it was about the local tech, when you were lying and say Liberians getting education free from Ghana to America. What become of it today? I mean, Jeremy Pierre is a pure Baghdad boy. He's my friend. If you choose not to hear me, that's fine. If you are looking for the new day Liberian Baghdad boy, it's Jeremy Pierre. Attack on the issues. Attack on the issues. How, Mr. Cummings? Can Mr. Cummings tell the Liberian people what thing different he's going to do? Can he say it? Can Musa Benete tell the Liberian people what he can do differently? No, but you're not doing that. And of course, I'm the president here for this one. If our government, we attack them. So this person, why he doesn't this? Let me ask you, what do you think? Because he started with Snow. He started with senators. He went to Creighton Donkey, another senator. He went to all the lawmakers. He went after Funati Kofa. They took opposition. What's going on? It's the president endorsing this. The executive mansion have not spoken. Is this how the president want Jeremy Pierre and Daniel Sano to operate now? Everybody should come out and insult. Is this the new Jose Yima Bwaka? What's going on here? I don't want to sugarcoat and say go to court. I will not go to court, of course, but it's up to ANC. I'm not going to question about who said this, but is the president endorsing and accepting this rudeness and disrespect to his colleague? But to each his own. I think that ministry is dead. If the ministry can borrow $10,000 from the tourism board chair, that Nigerian guy, I don't know his name. If the ministry can borrow $10,000, yeah, Christopher Onanuka, wherever he is, and the man took money from the ministry to renovate the city, and he didn't renovate the city. Go ask your limit Pierre, and you got to pay by small. What kind of ministry is that? This government got nothing. It's hustle and flow. It's dig hole and cover hole. Charging a Sarah Mita $3,000 for them to come on the podium to address an issue. That information ministry. It made Fagon mad. Fagon said, I'm not going to carry your life because you're not sharing the money with me. Charging LDCC and other ministry to come and discuss on that podium that had Daniel Sano makes money. And that's what Matthew Yamplo said. So it's a dead place. So what is the issue? I mean, what's going on with this rescue government? That everybody that tend to Marcos and Parcos. But listen, man, let's get back on substance here. Talk to me, Mariah.
I would think Mame would make a better information minister because he tried to help the government on the show during his speech, which is what you expect from the Ministry of Information, providing information to the people. The fact remains, hardship is still here, ain't changed. High prices, the prices of things still high, even though the rate has gone down, the prices still remain high. That hasn't changed. Unemployment is still high. Jobs still hard to find, ain't changed. Hunger is still here, it's still very high, ain't changed. And so Mr. Cummings did recognize some of what the government has done, including the road to the southeast, but he said it has not substantially changed. And let's not be fickle about this. The 2024 Human Rights Report released this year clearly said there are no significant changes. So it's not just Mr. Cummings saying that there are not significant changes or nothing much has changed. It's facts. It's data to support it. The lives, in fact, ask Liberians themselves. How have their lives changed significantly in the last 2 years? And they will tell you. So this is not about Mr. Cummings. I think what we're talking about is how are we setting the standards for our officials? Yes, if you say things have changed, come and list the things that have changed. But how are those things affecting the bread and butter issues? How is it affecting Liberians being able to afford the basic services that they need? Be able to buy food for the children, pay the children's school fees. They're still putting children out of school for school fees because some people can't afford it. That hasn't changed. How many jobs have the government created in the last 2 years? These are the things that Liberians want to know. These are the things that Liberians want to know. So if you have, my brother Vandela coming here and saying that's not an insult, you're calling someone dishonest or political dwarf, it's not an insult. When you called Isaac Doe dishonest yesterday, were you complimenting him about the whole?
No, hey, no. Let me correct you. I will have the time to respond.
Okay. You have the time, Patrick. You have the time. Patrick, you have the time.
But I will reclaim my time. I'm still speaking. Thank you. When you called Isaac Doe dishonest yesterday for his comments about Sarara Rubber Corporation, were you commending him? Were you complimenting him? But to sit here and say that the minister calling Mr. Cummings dishonest is not an insult, or the things that they say is not an insult, that's being disingenuous. And I think what we owe the Liberian people is just the fact. At the end of the day, things have not really changed. Yes, like I said, Ambula will make a great minister of information because he's been able to give some information that I'm sure the Liberian people they didn't even know. That's what the minister should be doing. Provide the facts, provide the information, leave the mudslinging. This is not campaign. We're not yet in 2029, and you made a good point as to why they're now swinging. Maybe it's because since after ANC convention, Mr. Cummings is not a political leader again, so they think, okay, we now have to come and sling. It's not mudslinging. Focus on governance. Focus on the bread and butter issues. I promise you, when the lives of the people begin to change substantially, Mr. Cummings may not even run. Other political leaders may not even contest because the people will not see them as an option. But we are sick and tired of politicians always playing in the mud, government officials feeling like because they're in government, so they can come after anybody who even slightly disagrees with them. This is our country. We are all Liberians.
Thank you very much. The reason why, please, I beg you, sir. We're changing course now. You will have your time to respond, please, Mr. Patrick, please. I want to welcome all of you. We got a lot to discuss today. So we'll give you guys a minute, make a quick statement, and probably somebody will have questions, and we'll go into it like we did yesterday. Just remember, on top of the hour, maybe by 6:30 my time, Mommy will be taking over the show while I run to Bible study. It's time to go praise God some more too. I want to welcome all of you. We still get some guys in the back that will come on and address the issue. Let me come to you very quick, my brother Winfred Russell. Let's close on this now. We have said our piece, right? We have said this thing as it is. Well, understand that folks may ask a question if they do have questions for you. What are you closing on this, and what will be your advice to President Bouaka and this government? Do you think they should continue this path, insert for insert, and without outlining policy change and achievement? Brother Russell, talk to us.
No, I think this is wrong-headed. This is boneheaded for sure. The government definitely need to readjust. And I know some of us can come here and we may be representing the interests of other political parties or other political entities. We may call ourselves centrist, whatever nomenclature we want to give. But at the end of the day, we're spinning what is an obvious wrong. It's pathetic. Wrong is wrong. I mean, Ambula said it right when there's a lot of good things that the government's currently doing. I mean, I referenced the tourism earlier. I mean, he referenced, the contract signed with Total Energies. I mean, there is a whole bunch of good things that they could clearly, talk about, but going the direction in which they went is boneheaded, and it shouldn't be appreciated. I still stand by what I said earlier, that I believe that the Ministry of Information is a relic of a long gone past. I see them conduct, press conferences. I see, like what the minister and his deputy is doing. This is like, look around the world. Who do you see still doing that? I know I'm not trying to even compare to the U.S. or some of the Western countries because we don't have, such communication infrastructure set up the way it is. That's old stuff. Okay, you can still have development communication trickle down to the people in sort of bite-sized ways. We can, each ministry and each agency, they all have media, folks, communication folks. There is no need for some sort of propaganda arm, as it has turned out to be managing, communications.
Do you think, very quick, before you finish, do you think President Barker, is he accepting this? It's not the first time, though. It's on the newspaper, it's in the news. The president is fully aware that Daniel Sano can just insult anyone, and now Jeremy Pierre running with that narrative, saying that people are smoking, and do you think, talk to President Barker here, is he accepting this thing? Where is the work of the ombudsman here? Is it okay now to do it? No more restriction?
No, I don't think it's good. It should be accepted, and I doubt it. We all know and interacted with President Boyka, many of us, and we all know the strong values that he exhibits. He definitely will not condone this.
But why is it happening? Why is it happening, though?
Well,
what can he stop?
I'm sure.
Listen, let me lay on this. Sorry for interrupting you, and guys, you can ask Winfrey your question. Just understand, we push Elizabeth Cummings about Joseph Imam Boyka. People got mad and said, "But this the man that said he didn't know you when he went to court." People are angry, but Cummings said, "That's my friend." Cummings said, "I've been knowing him." It's on the record. Cummings says something good about President Boyka. So if President Boyka, ministers and deputy ministers and directors insulting Mr. Cummings, his friend, why is President Boyka not speaking?
Stanton, government is like a big steam ship. It takes a while for it to turn. So I gave President Boyka and his administration some time, and I'm sure they're going to address this, because this clearly is not in alignment with the values that I think many of us know that President Boyka holds, and even some of the people around him. These two guys, they are complete renegades. They were out there doing their own thing, and I will go back to folks who say, "Oh, don't."
Do you hold President Boyka responsible for their action?
At the end of the day, the buck stops at his doorstep. There's no question.
It started with Edwin Snow almost 6 months ago. It went to Creighton Dungy. The president, the executive marshal, have said nothing, and here we are now going against political opposition leaders. If the buck stopped at his doorstep, why is the executive marshal not addressing this issue? That it is, we're not talking about people on the street that have their own Facebook podcast. No, we are talking about ministers. And listen, this will go to the higher place and say, one day you guys will say they want to eliminate these political oppositions.
Yeah, but Stanton, we all know that. When did this happen? This iteration of this sort of invective that have been going out by these guys. It just happened. So let's give him some time. But I will go back a little and talk about those who say that these folks cannot be sued, or they should not be sued, or they should not be held accountable. I think they should be sued, and they can be held accountable, and they should be held accountable. We see what's happening in this country with President Trump and his administration. They're being sued left and right. They've been sued left and right. So there was nothing. In Minnesota, we have a slew of lawsuits against the Trump administration.
Thank you. Is there anyone have questions for Winfrey before we move on? Anyone have questions?
Gentlemen, can I come in, because I want to go
into
back?
No. Anyone have questions? We'll come to you next, Kev. Hold on 1 minute. You got a question for Winfrey?
Question.
Yeah.
Yes. Winfrey, I honestly I agree with you in terms of Ambassador Boyka probably not even knowing about what's happening. It's possible. And I do agree that at the end of the day, the buck stops with him. But one of the things we also criticized President Weah about was sometimes not even necessarily him, but the people around him and how they were the ones spoiling his government. They were the ones giving his government a bad name. They were the ones doing things that were reflecting on the government poorly, badly, and on he as president eventually. Do you think it's the similar thing happening now where the people around the president are either shielding him from what's actually going on, or they're deciding what information gets to him so he's not aware of what some of these other officials are doing that's painting his government badly and negatively? Because I think so, but I just want to know from you. Do you think that's what's happening as well?
I mean, of course, you all know that I'm no spokesperson of the government. I'm a friend of Liberia. I'm a Liberian. I'm a friend of the people. So I want to see good things happening. So I support this government and a lot of what it's doing. I mean, the good aspect of what it's doing. I can clearly say that I don't think in his best wisdom, I don't think that President Boyka will condone this sort of behavior from his ministers and the folks who are working with him. I mean, like I said earlier, I used the analogy of a big steamship. That's how government is. Even a small city government is. It takes a while to. It's not. I don't want to come across as an apologist for the government, but we should give him some time to act, and I think he's going to act, and he's going to act decisively, because what some of his folks are doing, Exhibit A, Daniel Sando, and Minister Pia, it is unacceptable. I don't see President Boyka embracing this kind of behavior that is completely contrary to what he stands for and his values and all of that. So all I would just say is that let's hold our horses. Give him some time to respond to this ridiculousness.
Thank you very much, Kev. Let's hear you.
First of all, let me say this: the reason why the ministry or the minister will not come out with some of the stuff that Mami spoke about, because they are not true. They are not true. They don't have anything. Minister Pierre, he's not a fool. He's not a stupid man. He knows that's not true. He will not talk about the oil black that Mami talk about. He will not come and say we banjo the oil black to Ato Easy and they cannot show no document. Nothing. No.
Mami didn't call Ato Easy. Mami talk about Total. He left Ato Easy intentionally. So why? Go ahead.
Total. Yeah, he left Ato Easy intentionally. He did. He did intentionally. Total. He will not come and say, the 12 million for full or black. They cannot defend that. They cannot defend that. So that's the reason Pierre will not say that. Yeah, Mami will come and talk about it, but it's not true. He cannot speak about the bread and butter, because the market table are speaking. So what Mami just said is just an empty rhetoric. There is nothing into that. They cannot speak on that because we will ask them the question. So they cannot speak to that. So Mami is free to say whatever he want to say on the platform. No, if Mami become Minister of Information today, nothing. He will answer for Ato Easy. Giving him spending 15 million and flipping it to 300 million in dupe Liberia. Mami cannot defend that. So I think it's flat to say he can be information minister. He cannot defend that because Jeremy Pierce. But let me say this. Let me say the last one. If anybody say Mr. Boyka is not sanctioning this, they are living in illusion. That they live in some kind of war. Moriah, I witnessed. I was in court. When they call Mr. Cummings a criminal, I was there. Matter of fact, I was sitting side by side with Mr. Cummings. And Musa said, I went to the court together. I was sitting side by side with Mr. Cummings. I don't know why they put me on the prisoner bench, because the judge said there was no seat, so sit there. I was sitting side by side. They call this man a criminal, a crook, a finger of Mr. Cummings. Matter of fact, Mr. Joseph Boakai, call our government and say, you come for me. I will testify against this man. He called. He wanted to do it. He did that. Joseph Iban Boakai did that because he wanted to testify. I was in court when they asked Mo Ali, if anybody here, Sereno Sifas asked Mo Ali, anybody here that fingered the document, can you identify them? He identified Mr. Cummings. And Mr. Cummings turned to me and said, this is a waste of time. I was sitting right beside Mr. Cummings side by side. So if anybody here thinking that Joseph Iban Boakai is not sanctioning what's going on, this is the man that yelled at Musa Bility. He yelled at Musa Bility a couple of months ago. He yelled at Emma Glasgow in Italy and said, get it from my face. You guys are saying, yeah, that he don't know. He sanctioned this, he want this, and and he's okay with that. There is no single thing wrong with what the minister is saying in the eyes of Joseph Iban Boakai. He loved it, he wanted it, he will celebrate them. As a matter of fact, he will give them a raise.
He will give them a raise?
Of course he will give them a raise. Watch and see. He will give them a raise. He loved it. That's how he wanted it. He enjoyed it. This is something that Joseph Iban Boakai enjoyed. That's how he see government. He called his opponent hooligans. They burned the building. He tell them, you know, he called his police to clear protester because he want to move. This man is, he want to control this country. He want to make this country a gangster paradise. This is what Liberia is today, a gangster paradise. You will play that tape of that girl. What police beat it. This is the kind of country he enjoys.
Thank you very much. We'll see you back when you return. Thank you. I want to say to all of you, let's make progress here. Let me bring in my brother at Reverend Gray. We'll come to you, Councilor Bada, and then we'll move to the guys upstairs to give their own.
Stanton, I still believe the Ministry of Information is a composite part of our showcase our country's culture in every form. Gone are the days when the likes of the Alhaji Kurma, may so rest in peace, the like of Emmanuel Buya, folks have called some good, maybe Wilbur Stubblefield or so. But I still remember when those people talk about Liberia, you will not even know that this is one small country that sits at the edge of West Africa. You would think it's some paradise. That's the use. Matter of fact, the Information Ministry exists to showcase the Republic of Liberia at all fronts. Now, for somebody to think that this should be a propaganda arm of the government, it's just that Soviet communism, communistic way of thinking. That's not the use of the Ministry of Information. And clearly, we all can say anything about government, but then it is the Ministry of Information primary duty to come in and just catalog the accomplishment of government in some beautiful language. I think before even Madame Salif left power, there was a Louis Brown who actually spoke so eloquently about some of the achievement of the Madame Salif administration. That's exactly why that ministry exists. And then we have Komna Brople, those kinds of personality. They will not engage into some loose language. That's why I say these people probably did not study communication. Because if you are speaking, we can have our own Baghdad Bob, but in a positive form, as opposed to somebody who, who is going after folks who are making their own observation about your government. Look, I hope I'll get closer to Mariah one day. Maybe I'll have to start using her as my attorney to, when people merge your character. Somebody have called me killer. I went to this church, that church. I need to come to you. I'm putting stuff together. We got to drag people to court so that they can distinguish politics from character assassination and defamation. And I think I need to do that because if you don't do that, they will not stop. And watch out, Mariah. I was saying my attorney fee, and then I will engage you as my.
All right, stop promoting Mariah on this show, man. She ain't paying for all these announcements and advertisements.
Maybe I'll go to the council.
Jessica, I'm not doing spoons.
Well, the other council.
Let me ask you a question, Colonel Gray.
Yeah.
Why not the executive marshal of President Barkat, cutting this to the chase and bringing some discipline here? It's hurting him, by the way. It's hurting the messaging up there, right?
Yeah, it is. It is actually, Stanton, they're not doing him any service. They're doing him a disservice. Look, I can tell anybody, one of the characteristics of President Barkat is the fact that he's a diplomat. You can call him any name, you can brand him as you want to be. I've not seen him demonstrating any level of violence. So when somebody say he knows about this, that's his work, I don't know. Maybe in terms of politics, people have gone the extreme to try to outperform the other person. But I would love to see him acting more, just as I would have loved to see him bringing people to court. And by now, most of the folks who are running around emboldened gone to jail because you know what? They stole. And those people should have been the clarion call of the day. But he lay low on that one, just as he's laying low now on this one. And you know what? At the end of the day, these are the issues that will define your presidency.
And I like that. I like that, Colonel Gray.
And that's what I found on him for.
Colonel Gray, thank you very much, guys. If anyone have a question, if not, we'll go to Councilor Bada. Councilor?
Well, thank you for bringing me back in, Stanton.
Yeah.
Colonel Gray, feel free to reach out to me with that attorney fee. Mariah has her hands full right now. She's playing lawyer, political activist, vice president for legal affairs.
You can solicit. It's against the ethics to solicit.
I'm not soliciting. Colonel Gray, I'm soliciting. So I'm telling you,
he's taking a
that if you want to consider me, I will be available. So because your hands are quite full. But comic relief aside, I like the fact that Brother Russell has backpedaled on his initial assertion that there was no place in our democracy for a Ministry of Information. I like the fact that he has now repackaged his position to say that, yes, we can do a Ministry of Information, but it has to be done in bite-sized, different types of intervention, that sort of thing. I think what it then suggests to me is that it's a review of the whole original position of the necessity of development communications in our democracy. And nobody will ever come here and say there's no role for a Ministry of Information. Yes, tech has improved, nomenclatures may change, but there's always a role to coordinate government information. It's so very important. I also like to point out the fact, these subtle attempts to categorize us as being pro-government simply because we disagree with your approach or your ideas will not fly, Brother Russell, not from you and not from any other person on the platform. Part of the whole idea of Spoon, and I know CEO, you will validate me, is to create an open platform where voices can differ on an issue, even differ with you and your characterization, because it's good for our democracy. All right, I'm a votarist, I'm an advocate of free speech. I'm one who believes that the marketplace should determine the currency of the utterances we make. The Liberian people are listening to the Ministry of Information. The Liberian people require information about what is changing in that country. We do agree. But CEO's original premise was, I am going to cite a specific instance and I want you to weigh in on what this is. And I listened to Sando. Now, you may be re-prosecuting Sando on the basis of previous assertions, pronouncements he may have made, which I am not privy to, and therefore I will not weigh in on those. However, the evidence under consideration here, as put up by Stanton, was a particular excerpt that Sandoz said that characterized Mr. Cummings as an intellectual and a political dwarf. Now, in that case, I've heard opposition actors, and are by no means proselytizing for the government, but I've heard opposition actors, even during our time in government, refer to government ministers as bereft of ideas, clueless about what they were doing, completely absent-minded in their approach. Just now, Mr. Russell characterized some of the folks as boneheaded. Should we then all characterize all of these things as insults, since we want to open the basket of definition about what an insult is? I don't think we want to do that. My position remains constant. There are certain types of vituperative language that are clearly classified as insults. There are other ways in which we can be robustly descriptive of what we see a particular action or person to be. Holding the particular evidence that was adduced on Sandoz constant, that was shared and played. I don't think it was an insult against Mr. Cummings. And I agree with Bakaros when he points out, I'm not saying you want to go in the mud and get dirty, right? Because again, part of enabling free speech morale is to open the space for people to be free to discuss what they want to discuss. When you start litigating free speech, taking people to court, in many ways, you are also clamping down on voices that are expressing views that are contrary to yours. Are you saying when Mr. Cummings becomes president and issues are said about him, you are going to be writing letters to people to retract them, even in his capacity as president? Now he's an opposition actor? I don't believe so. I think we all just need to grow up in the political space and engage in robust debate. Don't use vituperative language. Don't use the F word. Don't use the other word with the SS and all those kinds of languages. But we can be firmly robust in terms of how we engage. And I think that's where Sandoz came from. So I don't see that as an insult.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Let me ask you a question. Have you heard Daniel Sandoz statement on Snow or Creighton Donkey?
No, I'm not privy to that. What did he say?
Okay, so you have not listened to anything the folks from the Ministry of Information said that is so degrading and insulting to those lawmakers or the political leaders on the opposite side, correct? You have not heard anything.
No, I need the specifics. And Stanton, please bear with me. I like to be specific.
No, listen, man, don't play that game with me to be bearing with you. I'm here to bear with you, please. That's not what I.
So what is the question?
Yeah. So let me ask you a question again. When Daniel Sandoz insulted Edwin Snow on the same podium, and he also went after how you call him, Creighton Donkey, most recently, and Daniel Sandoz even on Facebook, he went after the former president George Manawia, as you can see. Blasted at the former president, calling him a forgetful as a mosquito. So no question how we could forget his government on the issue of corruption, extrajudicial killing, calling him mosquito head. You never heard any of these things, right?
Again, Stanton, by no means proselytizing for the government. I'm not the Minister of Information yet, but I am somebody who's willing to entertain robust commentary. There are specific vituperative language for me that qualify as a first word.
My brother.
No, I am saying.
No, listen, I beg you. Just come a question. The others got to come in. Have you heard anything from Daniel Sandoz or Jerry Lemon Pierre?
I've heard a lot of things for Daniel Sandoz. Okay. What you are asking me to do is what?
No. Allow me to finish, sir, please.
Okay.
And listen, everything that is on social media, everything that Daniel Sandoz said concerning opposition leaders, opposition lawmakers, calling their names. You have not heard any of those things, I believe, correct?
I'm saying I've heard a number of things. What you are asking me to do is to classify that as insults. Brother Russell just used a word, an adjective here. He said,
Did you hear the statement made against Edwin Snow?
No, I did not. I did not hear that statement.
How can you say I'm asking you to classify as insult if you never heard that? Did you hear the statement?
No, but it was in the
Did you hear the statement made against Creighton Donkey?
No, I did not. I did not hear it.
Did you hear the statement made against George Bano? We are from Dano Sano.
During the campaign, there were many statements that were made against him.
No, not during the campaign. When Dano Sano took the position as Deputy Minister for Information, did you hear his most recent statement against George Manawia?
I cannot replay exactly what that statement was. If I was waiting on it.
Did you also hear the statement against Alexander Cummings that was made yesterday and today against Alexander?
The one you put up that I reviewed, that I'm commenting on, I have seen. I did not watch the interview.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on, Kano. Ladies and gentlemen, Kano, I've never heard anything because he does not follow Daniel Sando or Geraldine McPierre. That's the same.
I didn't hear what you put on the screen.
Ambassador Mora, go ahead, Mariah, and let's bring the other people on.
I just want to be clear about something. You, as a lawyer, should know, and I'm glad, and I'm sure you do know, that freedom of speech also comes with responsibilities. And the Constitution providing freedom of speech also has a caveat for the responsibilities it comes with. Defamation is not freedom of speech. Let us be clear. Insult may fall under freedom of speech, and that's why I was very clear that people can insult. Nobody's wasting their time with that. But where you defame someone and say something that is clearly a lie intended to cause them harm, and you know that, that is defamation. When you say Cummings stole grass, weed, drugs, was under the influence when he came on the show, that's defamation. It's not insult. Calling him political dwarf, yeah, that's an insult. Nobody cares about it. But let's be clear about exactly what we're talking about that we're going to hold people accountable for is defamation. When you call Cummings gay, that's defamation. So you know the difference between defamation and insult. And what we're trying to say here is we're no longer accepted. So no, we're not trying to clamp down on freedom of speech. The people who clamp down on freedom of speech are the police officers that go and waste tear gas when people get in the streets to protest. That's clamping down on freedom of speech. Now when you're protecting your integrity. So at the end of the day, nobody is clamping down on freedom of speech. When Mr. Cummings becomes president, you also do know as a lawyer that insults against the president have been decriminalized. So there is no reason to go after anybody for insulting him when he's president. But before he becomes president,
let's bring your Karen straight.
No, but I see you. I think it's only fair since Mariah was responding to a point that I made.
Hold on, let you finish. Go ahead, Mariah.
You asked me a question, so I'm responding to you. We're not clamping down on freedom of speech. We're holding people accountable for the defamation that they continue to spew, and there's a clear difference. So no, we're not going after Daniel Sando because he says Cummings is political dwarf. We know the political dwarfs. We know the intellectual dwarfs in this country, and Cummings is neither of those. But we will.
Thank you very much, Mariah. Let me bring the others in. Thank you.
People coming on the show.
Thank you very much, Mariah. We got to move on. The Honorable Akaris Mr. Gray, Abula Mame, Sis Glendy, our brother Jefferson, Emmanuel George, and Fubi Henry. That's the lineup. Honorable Gray, let's go ahead, please. Honorable Akaris Gray. We're not hearing you, sir. We're not hearing you, Akaris. Akaris? Can you unmute? You just muted yourself. Akaris, hold on 1 minute. I'm sorry. It's not you, Akaris. That's the studio. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. President-elect Joseph Boakai, between December 2nd to December 4th, went to the red light community during the cleaning up program. He said something essential as the foundation, part of the foundation, the pillars of his government. He said, gone are the days when people insult leaders. He was very clear that will not be repeated. December 2023. Under his administration, top-notch officials, deputy ministers, ministers proper, have been in the business of insulting him. He did nothing about that. Deputy Minister for Administration at the Ministry of State, insulted Honorable Musa Berete. Crap. Nothing was said about that. Deputy Minister Anthony Kesseley went on a Facebook page and consistently insulted people. He was now reprimanded by the standard set by President-elect Joseph Boakai. Deputy Minister Daniel Sanu, it has become habitual. He has become accustomed to insulting. You make clear example of former President Weah when Councillor Tewon Gongro in Fike publicly condemned that. It happened to Edwin Snow. It happened to other people. The Minister proper of Information, by that board, he himself has been in the behavior of insulting people and justifying defamation against people. In that audio, if you listen to that visual and audio, listen to the voice on it. What did Sir Alexander Cummings say that infuriated the government? The two facts. Let's go back to it. He said the country is hard. Liberians are suffering. Civil servants are underpaid. Businesses are shutting down. The economy is not growing. And the country is in a bad shape. The rescue government is not rescuing our people. What's the lie? Businesses are shutting down. People are being taken out of their jobs. They are taking out of their jobs. Era supermarket closed down under this administration. No debate about that. And other areas. When you say the people are suffering, it's not the making. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not a mere statement by Alexander Cummings. This phone network and other independent media institutions took their microphone to the Nyana boys, to perpetrators, to the marketers, Tesla drivers, commercial drivers. You interview them, they spoke of suffering. They spoke, they expressed themselves. They said hardship prices are skyrocketing. This is not a story made up by the opposition community. It's a story that is being told on an independent radio station that voiced and supported the administration. The government has no capacity in terms of information dissemination. They've lost on the PR war. They cannot fight. All the vision they speak about are past vision, another vision. All the projects they talk about are stolen projects. What do they have to talk about? Nothing. Not important. The bread and butter issue that they spoke about 6 years. They have not addressed that. That's why the people brought into power. So they don't have anything to rally around. When somebody said that 1% improvement, then you want wrong with it. What you call 1%? What's the trickle-down effect? How does it benefit the masses on the sidewalk? How does it benefit the pimping riders, the motorcyclists who took to the street defending this government to vote this administration? How does it benefit them? These are the things.
Thank you.
You don't have to be an economist.
Thank you very much. Hold on right there. Akaris, let's hold you right there.
Information is incapacitated and deformed intellectually, so they are running head to scatter. For us, we don't complain. We fight back.
Thank you, Akaris. Anyone on the set have a question for Akaris before Mame comes in? Is there anyone of you have a question? Yeah, no. Thank you. Mame, let's see.
Mame, let me go quick, man, please.
Nah, we can't do that. You said the country was okay. We can't let you go quick. You'll wait for your time.
So you
can do that. The country is fine with its internet. You will wait. I'm gonna go ahead.
Let Mr. Cummings raise the debate. let Councillor Gongolo raise the debate about whether businesses are closing or whether people are taking salaries that are below the minimum wage. Total closed and shut down under George Weah and left Liberia. Carol Gray close it up. Let Cummings talk about it. Let Gongo speak about it. The salary that civil servants taking today, the salary you paid them over the last 6 years. Today you're saying it is not better for anybody to take it. But when we are paying it under the 6 years, you celebrated it. As a matter of fact, there have been top-ups of $50 on some people's salaries. Servicemen in the police and other places, government is shouldering a responsibility to pay for their insurance. It was not happening under you. So let me yeah. So when Mr. Cummings talking, then we follow the conversation. When Councillor Gongolo speaking, we follow the conversation and push the government. But when our Caros and CDC people talking, then we remind them. We remind them and say, shut up, close down. But you pushing Cummings Ephraim because he has the voice to speak, because he has not had the opportunity to serve and fail. You pushing Gongolo Ephraim, you referencing him because he has not had the opportunity to serve and fail. So we say that 30 seconds, Denton.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. On the information ministry issue, we have not changed our position. The Ministry of Information, that seat is a sacred seat. Communication content coming from there should represent the state. It should not be subtle attack on people. It should be about the issues. And President Bouaka was not wrong for appointing Jeremy Pia and Daniel Sano. I know them. They have the capacity to deliver. I trust they will deliver. I believe they will deliver. The only thing we call on them to do is to adjust the tone and speak to the issue. But he made no mistake to appoint them. We have explicit confidence in them to deliver on that mandate once they can address those issues.
Mohammed, let me ask you a question though, and it's just fair to say, you know, if you only knew the process, we appreciate those appointments. I believe you do, but I mean, they are disappointing right now, Mohammed. Slow.
Yes.
We spoke. We talked in the back, you know, and
I got a question, man.
You know, yeah, we'll come to your question. I want to ask Mohammed my question. I mean, Mohammed, you are saying that it is only fair, you know, that I hate talking about George Manaway and CDC. They are not there, but you want to remind them and say, be quiet.
Come again?
I say I hate talking about George Manaway and CDC because we took them out of power, right? But Mohammed, do you think the president bear responsibility here? Because it's not the first time. I want to put this on my Uncle Joe because the executive mansion have not spoken, Mohammed. At what point will Uncle Joe address this issue of ministers and directors in his government insulting opposition leaders, Mohammed? I'm going to talk about the issue coming. What else up to now? Civil servants have not gotten the U.S. component. Some people have not even gotten the pay yet. That's a whole big bread and butter issue we discuss. I can name ministries and put out the information. But do you think President Bouaka now bear the responsibility because of the outlandish statement and foolishness that is happening among his ministers and representatives in government?
If you appoint somebody in a position that is doing something that doesn't align with your agenda and you don't take action on them, I mean, some of the action don't necessarily have to be publicly. If you don't take action on them, then you take responsibility. Then the box falls on you. So President Bouaka needs to take some action, even if those actions are not public, but we should see a manifestation of the action in the refined tone of the minister and content coming from the Ministry of Information. Then we know he has taken action. If he can't do that, he takes the responsibility.
Mama, thank you very much. So we sincerely thank you. Go ahead, Mariah. So Mariah, will you ask your question? Then Akaris, will you ask your question? Then we'll bring in Vanessa.
Yeah, let me go. Yeah, so that's my time to speak. Mariah, I'm on the floor, please, my sister.
No, you're not the one to point about Mr. Mandela.
I'm sorry. We are asking question, my brother, please.
Thank you. Mama, you've consistently said that the CDC or WIA should not speak on these issues because they just have 6 years. And yesterday's show you mentioned that it's not applicable to Boykai when he was in opposition because he wasn't president, he was vice president. But one of the issues that the Unity Party government was criticized heavily for was the signing of the 66 bogus concession agreements. Who was the Senate president that also signed those 66 bogus agreements?
President Boakai was the president of the Senate as a lawyer and somebody who is...
No, that I just wanted to find it. So
let him finish. Right, you still
no, he can finish. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, wait.
No, he said President Boakai was the Senate president.
Mariah, wait, let him finish. You stay flow. Let him finish. Mama finish.
Okay, I just wanted to conclude the question so he can finish.
No, let me finish. Oh, if you want to, you can conclude.
Yeah. So if President Boyka was the Senate president who also signed those 66 bogus agreements under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's government, how is it that when he was in opposition 2023, what you're now applying to CDC did not apply to him?
So the first thing is there has never been any 66 bogus concession in Liberia. The same thing you complain about, that people manufacture information, is the same thing here. There was no 66 bogus concession in Liberia. The most even report never said there was 66 bogus concession in Liberia. I challenge that. The second thing is, all the lawmakers from the CDC, majority of them, signed and approved and voted for the passage of those concessions. As you are a lawyer, aware about the function of the vice president is under mandate by the majority vote of the Senate to communicate a concession to the president. He doesn't vote except there is a tie. There has been no record, and I challenge you to show a record where there was a tie and President Boakai voted in favor of the concession. There was never a tie. He is under mandate by law to sign and communicate a concession that is rectified by the majority of the Senate, and that's what he did. His failure to do so will be going against the Constitution and the majority vote of the Senate. So you can't blame him for taking a decision, for signing a concession that majority of the Senate, including CDC Senator, passed and rectified. And there was no 66 bogus concession in Liberia.
So let's be clear that the question was not about
your last question now. We got to move on, Mariah.
We'll move on, but it's just clarity. The question I asked you, I didn't say who voted for it. I said who signed it. So let's be clear. I never said he voted or that he had to claim any tie vote. I said who signed it. So the fact is he signed it. Whether it's by constitutional, whether it's by law, he signed it. That's one. Two, you claim that there was no bogus concession agreement, 66, 120, whatever. There's reports, media reports, and I'm also sending it to Stanton now, including the former GAC director, Molu, who was very clear about the fact that the legislature under President Sirleaf signed bogus concessions agreements. So to sit here and say there were no bogus concession agreements, it's not my words. I'm quoting media reports and I'm quoting the former IG of police of the GAC. But to be clear, the reason I asked you is we cannot differentiate whether it's vice president or president because first of all, they're both elected by the people. And while it is true that the president is the head of the executive, the vice president is also a part of the executive and an elected official on the ticket as the president. If we are saying that former ruling parties cannot speak to the issues that they could not address, then we should have applied the same to Unity Party when it was a former ruling party in 2023. For me, that's just what I wanted clarity.
Let them move on.
We'll move on. I think it's unfair to the opposition to claim that we should differentiate opposition and that CDC cannot speak to the issues because they didn't address those issues in the past. Yes, hold them accountable for not addressing it in the past. But we cannot say
thank you very much. You're finished with your question. Thank you. Thank you, Mariah. Mama, how many concessions from the 52nd to the 53rd? We'll come to you because you were there, Karis. Hold on 1 minute. How many concessions if there were not no 66? How many were they?
Stanton, there is a Mo Stevens report that is consistently misquoted for saying there was 66 bookers concession. And I said, Mo Stevens report did not say 66 bookers concession. That was what I was correcting. That has been historical misinformation.
That's information. Wait, guys, wait. There were how many reports,
Stanton?
How many concessions? If you know, if not, that's fine.
This is what
information.
Hold on 1 minute. Let you answer. We're begging you. Go ahead.
This is part of what Mo Stevens did not say, and this is what has been peddling all around. People will continue to say there were 66 bookers concession because Mo Stevens referenced 66 concession in her report. I am saying Mo Stevens did not say there were 66 bookers concession. Mo Stevens said of all the 66 concession, all those 66 concessions may have violated one or two of our law. It did not say those concessions were bookers. Question. The second thing is...
No. I'm kind of confused. Mame, hold on 1 minute. Mame, please, I beg, hold on 1 minute, Jeff. We'll come to you by begging you.
But
you serve in that place, you will come in last. I beg you. Mame, what did Mo Stevens say in their report?
Mo Stevens said a whole lot. And if you want us to go into that discussion, you will need to give time. Mo Stevens said...
On the concession, did they say there was 66 concession, but they were not boogers? That's my question.
Mo Stevens did not say there was 66 bookers concession. And that has been the narrative all over. What Mo Stevens did, Mo Stevens reviewed those concessions. Mo Stevens said these 66 concessions at the time...
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, Mame. Hold on 1 minute. I beg you, sir, Chief, please. I only get 17 minutes to stay here to go to Bible study. So Mo Stevens confirmed there was 66 concessions. But Mo Stevens didn't say they were all boogers.
Correct.
And that's what you just said.
Correct.
So Mariah is not wrong to say there was 66 concessions. The only thing you want to argue, the 66 concessions, not all were boogers. Am I correct about that?
Let me clarify.
Mariah, don't clarify. Mariah, don't clarify. Wait, let me answer. No, but Mama got to answer my own question now. Then we'll come to you. Mama, can you just...
Because I was going to provide the information. That's all. Mo Stevens said there were 68.
She said that's
concessions. 66 of the 68 were not compliant with laws.
Stanton.
So that's where 66 came from.
So Mariah, can you send us that, and Mame will be clear on what you say. Thank you. Go ahead, Mame. Yes, sir.
Mo Stevens did not say there were 66 bookers concession. Mariah said there were 66 bookers concession that Joseph Boakai signed. I am saying Mo Stevens did not say there was 66 bookers concession. That's the first part. That's the first misinformation. The second thing is her decision to say President Boakai signed concession was to put on responsibility. I am saying as vice president, when the Senate passes a bill, you are obligated to sign.
Okay, thank you, Mame. Thank you very much. Your information coming, Jefferson. Your information.
Yeah, nobody got no.
Let Joseph information, Chief. I beg you.
Mame is lying. It's giving all a bold-faced lie.
No, seriously.
And we need to be clear about this. The other funding in 2013 by Mo Stevens, they were clear. They said out of the 68 agreements signed in sectors like agriculture, forestry, mining, and oil, only 2 were found to be fully compliant with Liberian laws. The remaining 68 agreements were classified as flawed, meaning they violated legal standards and lacked proper oversight. The oversight was given by Boakai. So Mame should start live on this platform. That was exactly what Mariah asked. So yes, there was 68, and all the 68, only 2 according to the findings of most TVs. That's just the information.
Thank you very much for the information. I'm going to bring in Akaris Gray, the former representative that served 12 years in the organization. You will speak. You will speak. After Gray, that will be Fubi. After Fubi, Emmanuel George.
Gray has spoken more than 3 times.
After Emmanuel George, there will be Sis Glennie. Then we'll come to you. We got to test the strength of your internet and your electricity, please. Go ahead.
No. Let me state clearly here.
No. Go ahead.
If you want to be biased, then you have to state that.
But I have a question to ask. We say when you talk
go ahead,
Grace.
Please go ahead.
So let's put it in context. I love when Mame said people that Grace should shut up. Exact quotation. Now, the man is saying something that he's not even aware of. The first 6 years of the Unity Party-led administration, 68 of the agreements were analyzed. 68.
Mm-hmm.
Not just all the agreements, just 68 were taken the first 6 years. And 66 of the 68 agreements had the issue of legal compliance, thus making them
bogus again.
Bogus. Can you hold on? I beg you, answer the question. Thus making them bogus. Clear cut, no argument about the bogus concession agreements. Now, if you say we don't have the standing, Jeremiah Kunwa, lawmaker Jeremy, for 12 years, 2 of us, for 12 years. Interestingly, he was co-chairman of Westminster Finance, all concessions. That committee has to be a member of the concession. That committee, he affixed a signature. Sign. Me, I'm part of it, we're not part of it. But that's not the issue. You still voted for him being on the ticket because he had a moral standing, but we don't have. But my man, why you fail to realize you work with the Unity Party-led government and fail the people? You work with them. When it came to CDC, you work with Wally Bonnie or Jefferson Koji at the City Corporation for a few months. You couldn't continue and look out because they fire you, though you didn't receive the letter.
So what I have to do with this agreement we're talking about?
The question here is that what made Mame thinks that he has the moral standing after working for a corrupt government with NOCA and other entities, and he supported a vice president who was a lawmaker like me? What made him think that those people have moral standing than us? Than me, let's be specific.
So let me respond to 2 issues. Mo Stephen never said in her report that 66 concessions were bogus. That information is inaccurate, it's wrong. Never did Mo Stephen say 66 concessions in Liberia were bogus. The second to that is, those concessions were rectified by CDC lawmakers. Carrots were part of that legislature.
No, I wasn't part of it. It's a lie.
I come in.
No.
Okay. Tell yourself, oh, I agree, Akaro, you are not there.
I was not there the first 6 years.
Okay, no problem.
They were specific. Read the report.
One thing I know is between 2005 and 2011, the government did not sign 66 concessions.
The report read 66.
I come here, Akaro, give me a chance to speak now. You were talking, I didn't talk. All the things you were talking are not true. I will respond to them. So just give me a chance. I will respond to them today. I've been waiting for this day. Most even did not say there was 66 bogus concession. Most even between 2005 and 2011, the government did not sign 66 concession in Liberia. That's the first.
Between 2006, the government was not in power 2005.
Akaro.
No.
Akaro, when they say between 2005, it means from 2006 going. What kind of thing is this?
It can be 2005 because the government was not in power.
All right, okay, so Mame, wait now, because we're going to want to sing Mame, let me ask you a question. Akara, are you done with your question? Give Mame a chance to answer.
Because they got to come here.
If
yeah, but give Mame a chance.
2011, you will stop at 2010.
Okay, Akaros, let's do this. Akaros, let's do this. Make your point, then Mame will answer. Then you will not interrupt him. We got to bring in
Okay, let me
Sis
make my point. I'm saying the most telling, the report that was analyzed was the first term of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. The entire concession report that was being analyzed, because I was in the legislature in 2012 when they started the analyzation of the first term concessions. They were very concerned about concessions before Block 13 came. So on the basis of those concessions that were signed during the first term of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, because that first term, she came January 2006 and ended January 2012. That was her first term. So they took out of those concessions and they made analysis about that. To come here and say that, no, it was not the first term, is misinformation to the public, which is not good for the platform. The next concern I had, and the question that I asked him is this, correct? You said, because CDC had lawmakers that voted for the concession, so CDC has no moral standing. Publicly, yeah, that's his argument. So does Jeremiah Kun have moral standing? Because we're also there at a point. Who was the senator? Does Prince Moy, who was a deputy speaker in FIC, and who became a senator and a chairman on Ways, Means and Finance? Emmanuel Nukwe, who became a vice running mate to Joseph Boycott and was chairman on Ways, Means and Finance and became speaker. These are the people you saw. Do they have a standing?
Thank you, Akaros. Let me respond to you. The day Prince Moy gets on the ballot to be president, we will follow his track record of service in public service.
No, you say
Akaros,
give me chance. Akaros, wait, my man. Let the man speak freely now, please.
You can't invade the question.
Akaros, let the brother speak freely, please.
The day Jeremiah Kun gets on the ballot to be and say he wants to be president, we will investigate his role in private sector and his role as senator. And even his role as vice president, because President Bokar is dedicating to him specific responsibilities. Specific. So we'll ask him.
So apologize for saying Akaros should not
speak. What kind of thing is this? What kind of thing is this?
Vice president or vice president?
What kind of thing is this?
We're not contesting.
Okay, go ahead. You can speak freely now, Abdullah.
So the day he wants to be president, he put his face on the ballot. We will go for him from private sector to representative to senator. What was his track record? And even a vice president, because he's one of the vice presidents who the president is giving specific responsibilities to. We're asking those specific responsibilities, what did you do? I am saying you campaigning for George Weah to be president in 2029. I am saying George Weah was president 6 years. He failed to do these things. We are not short of leaders. He cannot come back and tell us he will first jobs. He cannot come back and tell us he will create jobs. Let Kumis bring that discussion. Let Gonglo bring that discussion. Let us have that discussion. That is what I was saying. On the concession issue, most even did not say 66 concession in Liberia were bogus. Lastly, Akaros, I challenge you. I challenge anybody behind you. I never worked for Monrovia City Corporation. Koji is my friend. He remains my friend. I went to Liberia. I visited him. I stay around. He and myself work on different things together. I have never been an employee and never worked and never applied for and never earned a dime from Monrovia City Corporation. I was in school. I could not be working. Secondly, and most importantly, Safua Gray, don't spoil her name. Safua Gray did not dismiss me. Safua Gray offered me a job. I have the record. Safua Gray said, come and work. I have job for you. I said, Safua, thank you, but I cannot work because I'm in school and I cannot leave school and come back to Liberia. So she did not dismiss me. She offered me a job. She offered me a job. She said, come back. I have job for you. Say you say your school business hard, no money to pay the school fee. Come back, I got job for you. And I told her, no, I cannot leave school. Hold a job. I will remain here and find means to go to school. So she did not dismiss me. She offered me a job. It's on record. Contact her. If she gave me the approval, I will publish it. She did not dismiss me. Don't spoil her name.
So let me say that. So you might be sorry to interrupt you. I got to bring the other guys on, but I can say this to you though. Safua Gray says she dismissed you. The letter is in the HR file at NOCA. She said that. Okay. I had a long argument with Safua Gray and others were on the call. And I said, but you're running with the narrative that you'll fire Mame. And she said, Mame went to school, right? Mame was in Lapua, they explained the long story. I said, you want me to say? She just sent us saying this, Mame, bring it. It's in the HR of draw documents at NOCA. You can go there and ask them. She said, I prepared the letter, I signed it, and I fired Mame. I think Safua may be listening tonight. If you get any document that you have, she will beg you to come back, it will be in the best interest that you share it, because that CDC running with this thing, that you will fire, and Safua Gray said, you're too incompetent. That's the word she used to continue at NOCA, and she dismissed you.
Stanton, I was not working to NOCA. I was on a steady leave from Safua took over NOCA. Safua told me because yeah,
well,
it's an issue. It's an issue.
No, but Mame got to tell himself. This is
it's an issue.
People come and say they fire Mame
I just
because
want
of
to go
that.
into the personal stuff, Mame, but go ahead.
No, it's an issue.
Got to tell himself. It's an issue.
Exactly, it's an issue.
Okay.
Good.
I don't go back to the assistance concession issue when you finish your personal issue.
So I was in school. Safua told me the only option I have for you is to come back and work. I told Safua, and I said she was begging me with job. I told her I cannot leave school and come back to work. When you dismiss somebody, you get a dismissal letter. Let Safua show one communication between she and me or anybody at NOCA that I was dismissed. Never. She said to me, leave the school and come back to work. And I said, thank you for that, but I cannot leave school and come back to work. I will find a way and go to school. And I found a way, I went to school and graduated with distinction and left school and got a good job to do. She never dismissed me. If you dismiss me, you dismiss me in secret. Let her show a communication sharing to me that you have been dismissed from NOCA. The only communication that I have from NOCA to me that I share with you, Stanton, was Amula, your scholarship has been terminated. That's the communication I have. No dismissal. And the text message from Safua to say the only thing I can do for you, come back and work. And I said, no, I will remain here and find a way to go to school. And I did. I found a way. I went to school. I graduated. So that's the fact.
So, Mama, thank you for that clarity. We hope you can share this information. It's on you, but I want to say, guys, I'm begging. Let's move on. We got to bring the other people to speak on this thing. While we close the show and we run down, though, I got to bring in Glennie. She have not spoken. Glennie just went in the bag and ate a short bread with fried egg and something. I don't know like that. No, Glennie got to talk, Mariah. I beg you, let Glennie talk. You want to take Glennie time? It's up to you. Glennie ate a nice shot and I brought short bread.
Go ahead, go ahead. Because I've already said my friend
talk. But listen, I just sent you the 148-page Moore Stephens report.
Can you cut on to that page? I have it. Can you cut it right there to where you want us to talk about?
2013, I also screenshot the page that speaks to the scope and the number of contracts to be reviewed or audited, which is 68. And so it's there. I screenshot and send it to you. I also sent you the background of the audit, the political background and context of the mission. Now, let us be clear. As much as we sit on the show and have conversations, one of the things that I thrive to do or try to do is to speak with the facts. The Moore Stephens report, which was really pushed and quoted by the Auditor General at the time, was very clear. They went through 68 contracts, and these contracts span across forestry, mining, oil, agriculture, and other resource sectors of Liberia. And this background of the audit and the scope was to determine if each of these concession, contract, license, and similar right was awarded in compliance with applicable Liberian laws. It's there. I sent this to you. The outcome of that audit was that only 2 of the 68 was in full compliance with Liberian laws. The other 66 were partially or wholly non-compliant. Now,
is that bogus?
Please, I'm still speaking. Bogus definition are also shared with you, Stanton, from dictionary.com. Bogus means not genuine, counterfeit, spurious, sham, phony, fake, pseudo, fraudulent. Those are all synonymous with bogus. And if a contract is in violation of the laws, it is bogus because it is fraudulent, it is not legal. So if we say, based on the Moore Stephens report, that 66 concession agreements were not in compliance with laws, they're bogus. Let us not sit here and play on words. The fact remains is 66 of those agreements did not meet the legal standard that the audit was to address. So when you say it is not true that 66 agreements were bogus, then you're saying that the Moore Stephens report does not exist, and it does. And I sent the 148-page report, including screenshots of the specific areas that talks about the scope, which is 68 concessions or agreements that were reviewed, and 66 of those did not meet the legal.
Thank you, Mariah. So, Mariah, thank you. I don't think we want to go back to Mame on this. Allow the others to speak, please. I want to bring in Vendetta Patrick, please. VP, we consider that, yes, indeed, you got a very strong internet now. You can speak. Now, we're not hearing you. We are not hearing you, VP.
What's that on check on your end? I think you muted him.
No, I didn't. He's clear. There's no muting sign on him.
No,
He's
check
very
on your
clear.
end.
Akaris Gray. If we muted, you will see it, Akaris. There's nothing. He's clear all in the back. Can you go out?
But VP now,
Can you go out and come back in, VP? VP, turn it off and come back in. We're not hearing you.
Then start on let others go. Since we send VP
we gotta consider him smart. I beg you, my man. This is your century, brother. VP, just get out and come back in, please.
What the man join me now?
Yeah. So let him just get out. He will learn the hard way, and he can talk. He will learn the hard way. So, Emmanuel Josh, talk to us. Yeah, let's wrap this thing up. We're not closing, but I beg you guys on this note, Mame will manage the show to the end. Those of you that can stay, I will just step out because it's time for Bible study on a Tuesday. Everybody is on. Let me just step out. Mame, Akaris Green. After 7:30, you get 26 more minutes, sir. Please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for coming. See you guys tomorrow.
So I don't want to overflow the issue that we have been discussing. It is very clear that the information minister and his deputy are not fully aware of the situation in our country. They are not aware that today at Douala Market, there were a lot of marketeers and buyers that was purchasing and selling items in part of dirt that could lead to a cholera outbreak in the country that it should have been addressing. They may not have been aware of down Waterside Market, the part of dirt, marketers and sellers and buyers were down the market purchasing items that could lead to a cholera outbreak. Red Light Market also have similar situation. They seems to be unaware that dirt is gradually taking over all of our major cities. So if they had any idea of what was going on, who have been addressing those issues, instead of spending time pouring odiums of vituperation on a respectable political leader in the person of Mr. Alexander Cummings. No matter how much they try to bully us, Mr. Cummings will continuously speak on the issue in his country. He will continuously offer solutions, and he will continuously make himself the person that Liberian people can trust in, and look forward to voting him in as president of this country in 2029. We'll continue to speak to the issues. So hopefully the information minister and his deputy will spend some time reading and understanding what is going on in the country. But if they believe that they want to continue to insult a respectable political leader, that will be on them. You see, there's an African adage that says, it is only an idiot that throws rock at green plums. So it is only the red plums that we throw rocks at. And what we're saying today is that Mr. Cummings made very, very serious statements that have gone to the heart of the issue. And therefore, the ministers have no way of addressing the issues, thereby going out for insults. And hopefully that will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Josh. Who else needed to have?
Mommy, can I offer my parting comments? Because
No,
I think
not
most
yet.
of the people.
No, not yet. So, wait now. Let's go to Vendela. From Vendela, we'll come to Fubi. Then from Fubi, we'll come to Councilor Bala. Right? Vendela.
No, we gotta go around now.
No,
After
so
that.
no.
So-
Wait. We all were given 1 minute to conclude
We
on
all
the
spoke besides from that.
Beside Vendela.
Me and
Right?
Vendela.
Yes.
Yeah,
Fubi
from
and
The
Vendela.
gentleman is allowed the man to control the show. He has already given the round up. Vandala, Fubi, Kanyo, in that order.
Yes, Vendela, go ahead from there. Fubi, then we'll go around. We'll start with Councilor Bala.
Yeah.
So let me just do this as my closing comment, because I've been here for a while and we are many on the show. I don't want to take most of your time. But let me state clearly here. What I talked about a few months ago when we came on this platform, and I admonish all of us that we have to be constructive. That when the government does something that is right, we should say it. If they do things that are wrong, we should say it. The guys beat me on the platform. Gibson Cheru, I'm sorry, is not here. They stated clearly the work of the opposition is to criticize. They are not here to praise. Today, we are here. What do you expect of a government democratically elected to deliver on its promises, and you have one group of people consistently saying the government is a failure? They don't see the achievement, they only see the failures. What do you expect? They will fire back. I'll give you an example. One of the contributing factors for the CDC emergence in 2017 was its propaganda arm. Akaras Gray was the Secretary General. He was firing from all cylinders. Very verbose, eloquent, and informed. He executed the role of Secretary General more effectively and robustly. I pray he can be re-elected to serve in that role. And the CDC succeeded. Regretfully, when they took government, they forgot about where they came from. The propaganda went against the CDC. Only lately they realized that, oh, we have to fight back, but it was late. And somebody said on the platform that not campaign time, and this and that. From the day the president was inaugurated, campaign started. So the way you throw jabs at the presidency, if you say you are opposition, you criticize everything about the government, what do you expect? You expect them to fold their arms? Let me say clearly, anyone attacks my political leader, Tiamon Gonglo, I will attack you. If you go in the mud to attack, I will wear short trousers and go in the mud. You have a political system that is polarized with mis and disinformation. Every day somebody comes on the platform and say, government is a failure, government is a failure. For 2 years, 3 years, that information that you are sending out, it becomes a way of life. It becomes a belief system. CDC did not see that. It worked against them. So this government, make no mistake, they are aware about the mistakes made by the CDC. And so, when you criticize what they consider an achievement, they will come after you. Am I in support of everything they are doing, the manner and form they use of undigested words? I would not agree with that. You can still disagree without losing the originality of your voice. But I'm not in their shoes. And to the CDC, people talking about, oh, the people blasting. CDC, President Weah is on record when he went to go delegate the market to Dubo Road. He was hungry because Yaka Koloba, Representative Yaka Koloba, was beating on him 24/7 using undigested words. He said, moving forward, if anybody insult me, you will not walk free. It became a headline, you can just tap it. You will see the information. You're talking about the July 26, 2019, when Christopher Sidili, a student from the University of Liberia, in the exercise of his freedom of expression, not to CDC party headquarters, but to the U.S. Embassy, he was arrested by thugs, beating, butt naked, to the extent they attempted to cut his tongue. Were there any arrests? Nobody arrested anybody. Today, the young man is traumatized. He's afraid of his own country. He's in exile.
There was an arrest.
So
There
we
was an
are
arrest.
saying in conclusion here, I don't, yeah, I come in. You're talking about that my closing comment. In conclusion, we have to be very clear here. I was one of those that criticized the alien regime. Seditious on the platform, we agree. But one thing I was very careful of, the presidential, constitutional and political limitations of the vice president. And that's why when we talk about the early step down campaign, including me and several seditious that were part of that movement, we have an option to listen to the vice president. He talked to us, and we understood the fact that he was limited constitutionally. It is only when the president requests him to assist. The president will request him to assist. So when we are critiquing and trying to hold people accountable, this is the same concession you talk about. Topa Moluma was the deputy speaker. He was a
30 seconds.
Let me close now, man. What are you trying to make me for?
30 seconds.
Yeah, but just tell me 30 seconds instead of muting me.
30 seconds.
Topa Moluma of the CDC dominated the House of Representatives in 2005 up to 2011. Within that period of time, bad concession agreement was signed. If we blame people because they were associated to political institutions, then CDC should take the blame too, because you dominated the lower house back then. So again, see, let me say, Ambula, for me, I don't think we should tread the path of using undigested words on leader, because we will not be setting a very good example for a new breed of generation to follow us. At the same time, we who are supporters of political institutions, we should also watch our words, because when you attack a political leader, of course, they are under obligation to go after you. So I want to say it was a very good show. Thank you, even though I had limited time, but it was a very good show. I see you guys. If there is one question, I am willing. No question, I want to leave.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. We'll go to.
May I, Ambulai?
No, so we'll not do it like a dialogue, Mariah. We'll give what his name, Fubi, the chance to talk, and then we all will have one round to close. We have like 15 minutes to go. So when you have your time to close, you can wrap everything into that. So Fubi, give your first.
Yeah. So thank you. You know, just to agree when you were speaking earlier, you said, "Oh, Louis Brown was this, Doma Ellington, Laurent Comla Bobla was this." But don't forget, you also had Isaac Jackson that was there as the loose dog that were firing left and right. So every government needs some kind of loose cannon that will give feedback to back. So we should expect that. So when you're in the opposition and you're into politics, you should get prepared for these kind of battles and prepare yourself. If we keep running to court for this kind of allegation, we got more court we want to run to, because you will have more of these attacks coming. Once people know that this is something that will go on your skin, forget it. Every month or every week, you will have new attacks of that kind, and get ready for more letters to be flying. Or I always tell people, look, you have to put up your political garment and get ready to fire back if somebody fires you. And those are the Ministry of Information. You can all say, oh, yeah, it's an honorable office or sacred place. No. Government, there is nothing in government about being sacred. Politics are raw power. When people sit over there, there are a lot of things people do. And I don't expect people that sit in political offices that hold in high esteem. They are all human beings, and they have their own will to respond to issues. And that's why sometimes presidents can open up. Just go Sunday, you almost coming firing back on the gay issue. He made that same statement 2017, or later went to the party headquarters on Leffy Shako and said, I came purposely to hear this thing from you. Are you a gay? He said, that's bullshit. He said it. But people didn't pick it all that time because everybody was eager, all the opposition arms were eager. That was their propaganda running with. So when people fire you, you have to get ready to fire them back. And you know, and sometimes sometimes you gotta allow your partisans to flow. And sometimes to sanction the youth Congress for not speaking out on certain issue, who authorize them. No. You have to have some loose cannons that will be ready to loose up and give it back as it comes. And so you cannot be there holding Daniel Sano, holding Fatima, holding Geraldine Pia on high scene. Those people are protecting their political offices, and they will fire back whenever they feel threatened. So you two that want the power, get ready to fight back. It will not come on a silver platter. And so that fire for fire battle. And that's why CDC are always good at. So the government will lay their platform, they will tell you what they're doing. But at the same time, when you feel threatened by a certain statement, they will fire back. So if you're not ready to fire back, if you can't stand the heat, then you gotta leave the kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you, Fubi. So the way the rest of the show will go, I mean, any other thing?
Yeah, but Mame, you say I was after Fubi, so I'm just poised to go after Fubi.
Yeah, what I'm saying now is I'm just trying to set the tone so that when we get into the conversation, we know what we're doing. I mean, every other thing you wanted to say, wrap it up and just say it will be your closing. So once you speak now, you will not speak again. We'll go up to the rest of the other people and then the show will end. That's what I was trying to say. So we can go ahead. Thank you. You can say anything you want to say.
Thank you very much, Mame. And I just like to, I'm particularly happy that we are having this conversation about what really qualifies as an insult in public discourse. And what interests me is that Moriah seeks to draw a legal definition around what is an insult. And I think the limitations of that approach is already apparent by the kind of views that are going around the table. We've listened to Fubi, who comes from the ANC or used to be a part of the ANC. You listen to Akaros talking about bazooka for bazooka, and you listen to all of the comments around the table. In a democracy where we prioritize free speech, like Voltaire said, I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. Where do we draw the line about what becomes an insult? I'm 18. There are certain types of vituperative language that on their face are insulting, that cannot even be debated. The F word, other types of languages. These are not things you debate when you say you've insulted somebody. For example, when a man says you've insulted my mom, we don't have to go into a dictionary or the GoFundDictionary.com to make a determination as to whether it's an insult or not. However, in political discourse, characterizations of intellect, characterizations of capacity, characterizations of ability to deliver using adjectives are things to expect, and they will come in the political discourse. So therefore, we must be prepared. Otherwise, we're going to be suing people every day for defamation. And Mariah, you know that the standards for even proving defamation are very high. And most times you got to show the loss. You got to quantify the loss. How do you even quantify the loss to Mr. Cummings in dollars and cents? All of that is so very haphazard. So at the end of the day, while we preach for decorum in public service at that level, we should also be able to come back and explain. I just saw on Facebook, I don't know if this is true, that the ANC will be having a press conference tomorrow to respond to the Ministry of Information. Apparently, the ANC is learning now that at the end of the day, we can do all of the niceties on school, but the battle will be taken to the communities, and these issues are there. If Mr. Cummings is challenged at being a political dwarf, demonstrate also why he is not a political dwarf in your response. If you say Mr. Cummings is an intellectual dwarf, then demonstrate why he isn't an intellectual dwarf. If Pierre comes out and say he's being disingenuous or he's being multi-faced in terms of his assessment of governance, then go back and demonstrate how he has been consistent. I think that's the kind of environment that we want to build in Liberia. And as we move closer, an inch closer to 2029, the debate is going to get even more robust than what it is today. There will be even worse things said. And again, like I said, I don't push for the fact that we should have, public officials insulting others. But where do you draw the line about what is descriptive attributes and what becomes insult? It's very hard to say. To close, in my own final.
Councilor Bala, your time is up. I'm sorry. You can see that.
So I can close again.
Yeah, honestly, your time is out. You spoke lengthily. We'll give you that time. It's okay. We'll move to Urias, Akaros. I mean,
my last thing was Mariah, you don't sue nobody. You go to your press conference tomorrow and respond.
You want pay, can't pay different ways.
I'm muting him already.
Thank you. You said I should go ahead?
Yes, from you will be Akaros.
Okay, listen, look. We condemned Eugene Fagon under the CDC for these same things. In fact, the U.S. Embassy even did a statement about this. The Unity Party government was very vocal. The Unity Party in opposition was very vocal about the CDC government, Eugene Fagon being at the Ministry of Information and insulting leaders in the opposition or those who criticize the government. They promised to rescue Liberia from these same things. To have the very Unity Party government officials doing the same things they criticize is part of the hypocrisy we talk about. And this is why we're saying they must be held at the highest standard, because they condemn these things and they promise to change it. They promise to rescue Liberians from having officials being insulting, being denigrating, and defaming others. Let us not, however, confuse government with political parties. The Ministry of Information, which has now become the Ministry of Man, Cost, and Propaganda, is a government institution that belongs to all of us. The party, Unity Party, can respond however they wish to whatever they think anybody is saying about their party. But when it comes to the government, the Ministry of Information cannot speak as the party. This is why in other countries, They differentiate officers of the national party, of the ruling party, with officials of government. The code of conduct also tried to differentiate that, and it is being blatantly violated by this government. That is because when the party has to respond, the expectations and the standards of the party is different from that of a government institution. The Ministry of Information is a government institution. It is not the Unity Party. It is not the party's propaganda committee or the party's propaganda auxiliary arm. It is the government of Liberia, and they are being paid. Now, let us be clear about this. They're being paid by taxpayers' money. They're not doing it for free. From the minister down to the whoever in the ministry is being paid to work for us. You can't be working for us and be cussing us and say, oh, they have to defend their party. Let the party go defend their party, which is why the ANC as a party is going to defend the party tomorrow in the press conference at 2 o'clock. But I want us to differentiate. This is not about free speech. That's why we said with the cussing, we don't care about it. He political drive, he this, that's different. But when it comes to the defamation, where a minister of this government will say a political leader took grass, took weed, was under the influence of drugs when he came on the national radio, that government official will be held accountable and must be held accountable for those utterances, because that's defamation. So you're not going to sit here, Kanyo, and try to confuse Liberians about what is insult and what is defamation and how to prove defamation. Now you're being political. That's clearly what you can do. That's fine. But we are going to ensure that we stop the politics, the toxic politics, that we stop defaming people, that will bring some sanity in our political space, and we differentiate what officials of government that are on taxpayers' dollars can do and get away with, and what party officials can do and get away with. So I will end on this note. We are not trying to go to take everybody to court, but when you defame people, when you become oblivious of the facts and decide that you would say things to people that will harm them politically, socially, economically, in any way that will create harm to them, you will be held accountable for it. The Unity Party can do the press conference and say whatever they want, because those are party officials. We cannot allow our government officials on taxpayers' money being paid by us to continue to insult us. And if the president is not aware, I hope this brings it to his attention. I hope those around the president can bring it to his attention, because it is a bad reflection of the government. It is a bad reflection of the president. And it is time that we bring some sanity into our space. Lastly, the ANC will also be having a convention in the US. We are restructuring. We are putting our boats in order, and we're ready for what's ahead. But we're no longer sit back and allow anybody to defame our political leader, to try to tarnish his reputation, his character, his name, and diminish his chances come 2029. We're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mariah. ANC is ready. They will not accept anybody defaming the character of their political leader. They will fight and fight back hard. Akaras?
Yeah, May 6, 2019, Eugene Fagon was suspended. Egu Mariah brought that up for similar things, including divisive politics. He was suspended by the president. Go on the executive mansion website. This is 2019.
What was he suspended for?
I told you he was suspended for similar things, including divisive politics.
No, you have to be specific.
No, you don't have to guide me. You talk.
Okay, I will find the press release and put it up. Go ahead.
For clear, I say including divisive politics. Now, Edwin Snow, Eugene did the same thing to him. Went as far to the police station and insulted. The House of Representatives summoned Eugene Falcon. In fact, I raised the motion, charging him, and we placed him behind bars. You all know the record, a public record. So that was zero tolerance for the Ministry of Information. Honor us. That's not argument. But let's look at the reality here. Let's look at the reality. You distracted me. Can we? You put it somewhere else?
Go ahead, Grace. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's look at the reality here. It beats my imagination for somebody to argue that the vice president of the country, who is the president of the Senate, and the presiding officer has no authority. Have you read the Liberian Senate rules? Do you know the authority of the presiding officer? Do you really know the authority of the presiding officer?
Do you even know why the rules say in the absence of the vice president, the pro tem can sign the document in the absence of the pro tem, the chairman on the executive, similarly with the House, or representative in the absence of the speaker, the deputy in the absence of the deputy, because they know the framework of the Constitution and the rules of the legislature specifically know there will be a point that the presiding could disagree with that decision. So what you will do is that the next man in command will take over, or the third person in command. The presiding officer can look at a decision and put about to take it in with this session, and the deputy presiding will take over. It happens in the legislature. You're talking to somebody who is schooled into legislative politics. To come and sit and say, when the vice president signed it, that what the Constitution says, so it means that the vice president has neglected his responsibility. They can take action. It's not true. It's a blatant lie. The vice president, the presiding officer, can seize a motion. He has that authority. When he looks at the flow of decision, maybe the majority going around can seize that motion and table that motion for the next session. That the power of the presiding officer. For the fact that you have first your signature on a document, that you're the lawyer, it means you agree. And I debate whether you're vice president or you deputy vice president, whosoever that means you agree. Now, I love when Mama said, oh, I said because our president, we are running, but when he says CDC lawmaker voted, then there are no moral standing. But United Party lawmaker voted, including Jeremiah Kuhn, but you don't question a moral standing, but you question CDC lawmaker moral standing, like what a guy named that were on air not too long from Dana Patrick's. That is a disservice. On a CDC, you dominated the Senate. United Party dominated the Liberian Senate. They confirmed everyone. They agree with almost everything the CDC had. One of them became vice president. You question him. This is the kind of hypocrisy that we're talking about in the country. Alexander Cummings was not only insulted, his reputation was being defamed. That public record is the approach of the ANC. That's their decision. But I will say this to you to be very clear, emphatic. There will be fire for fire appropriately. We will not draw back as an institution. Okay, we will not hold back. And the time has come, there must be fire for fire. A President Baka cannot control his attack dogs. Those are attack bulldogs, stray dogs, attack stray dogs. I'm being metaphoric. Okay, those are attack stray dogs who are moving helter-skelter on team. And they can insult anyone and just say anything. In that defamation, I heard one of my men talking about, say, oh, they say I want to literature. They think people not talk about, oh, you on the show or other things like defamation, all on my post.
Grace, okay. Thank you, Grace.
Yeah, the United Party people are intolerant, mame. They insult people all under their post. They are very intolerant. The way you get them on the shooting innocent civilians all around here. Thank you very much. Gray. And good night to all.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. We will go to Dr. Josh, and then we'll come to Stanton. You the one putting something up? Okay. So we'll go to Dr. Josh. From there, we'll go to Jefferson, and then we'll come to Fubi.
Let me start by appreciating the Liberian people for watching us this evening for over 3 hours. Thank you for having us in your home, and those who are watching us on Facebook and YouTube, thank you so much. Look, this evening we have been discussing a very fine gentleman who came on this platform on Sunday and laid down economic policy to move our country forward. Unfortunately, we have officials of government who seem not to spend as much time as they should in listening and gathering information to support their government, but instead, they believe that the best way to deal with issues is to put up vituperations on their opponent. I find it rude, I find it disrespectful, but that's the path they decided to follow. But the reason why we're here is that Mr. Alexander Cummings on Sunday laid down how he's going to move our country forward. Mambeno, your daughter, Mommy, that is working with government, she's making only 150. Mr. Cummings said that small money she bringing home when he became president, just in 3 months, Mommy will start making 300 or 400. Can you imagine how it's going to help you all? Mr. Cummings said the government can only, all the government for 20 years are only giving us 60,000 jobs. He's going to increase it. That's why he shared, that's why made the people there and whole day the costing all around man cost, power cost, sister cost, because the man said he will improve our country. So man, Benu, please start listening to Mr. Cummings because he's the right person for this country. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy. Ventila, you said you were signing off and then you keep coming back on.
No, so yeah, I thought we were on the last comment. So let me hear.
No, you can't let other people speaking, Patrick. You can't just come and learn like that. Other people speaking.
I thought you brought me on to do my closing. Sorry, okay, I'll wait.
So we'll go to. Yeah, we'll go to Jeff, and then we'll come to Keith, Conor Gray, and then Phoebe.
Thank you, my man. And I want to close up.
Let please pay attention to the time. The guys in the studio want to leave, so we'll come back here tomorrow and talk a whole lot.
Yeah. So I never had the time to speak, lengthily on the 66 Bukos agreement. Mame, during the Unity Party time in opposition, they survived on lies and misinformation. And you guys are still bringing it to governance. You need to stop. The truth is, there was 66 bogus agreements signed under the supervision of Boakai. We need to be clear about that. The report was clear. The Mo Stevens report was clear, and it stated emphatically that it happened. To talk about what happened at the Ministry of Information, Monday, Eugene Fagon was dismissed for merely calling free slaves that came back to the country Congo people. For calling people Congo people. It shows that President Weah was clear on ensuring that the Ministry of Information will not erode our democratic norms. It shows that he was clear that he wanted freedom of speech. People should be free to express themselves. We shouldn't stifle freedom of speech. Because when you do that, especially from the Ministry of Information, the government institution, if they retaliate with insults rather than engaging in constructive dialogue, then they create political tension. And that is exactly what's happening now to our country at the Ministry of Information. It also will cause people to lose trust in the information that's coming from the Ministry of Information. It is terrible for our governance. What we should avoid the escalation of political tension in our country. If we continue to receive insults from officials of the Ministry of Information, it will fuel political tension in our country. And that's why you see people are taking it seriously. Morality wants to respond to it, and they need to respond to that. And I can be clear. Let me clear to you. You should keep that to comments. But any attempt on the Ministry of Information to insult our political leader, believe me, we'll come at the Ministry of Information with everything. And we'll do that. We'll not sit down and allow somebody like Daniel Sanu and Jeremy Pia, who are always drunk before coming to the public to speak. We're not allowed them to insult our political leader. They should be sober. I think if they refrain from drinking before coming to speak to the public, they will say better things. They will communicate what is happening in the country. And lastly, just before I close, my man, you stated that we should share, especially the CDC government should share up because they had the opportunity to lead in the field. I think it should be you and the Unity Party of people who should share up because you have failed on every promise you made during your campaign. You failed on all the contracts you said were bad in this country. You lied to the public about scholarship that never came true. You lied about bringing 285 machines in this country that were given to you on a friendly basis. You lie to the Liberian people about everything. You failing to improve our health sector. You fail the ordinary Liberians that you say you are going to improve the health system for their lives to be better. Women are giving birth on the streets. People are unable to afford their hospital bills. You have failed in every aspect of governance in this country. So I think you, Mame, you should shut up because you're defending a failed system, a system that has no prospect in this country. So therefore, we should be the one to speak because on a tough condition, we perform. We perform. We led this country with over 220 million. You damaged that. The World Bank has said to you that you have a bad record. You are putting the country in reverse. Therefore, your government process is failing. So you should shut up and not speak to issues in our country.
Thank you, Jeff.
We have the right to speak because we have the records of performing. Thank you, Mame. And today was a good show, and I enjoyed the
Did you contest on Unity Party's ticket in 2017?
And let me speak to that.
No, I'm asking. Wait.
Yeah, I answer your question. Don't tell me.
I said, did you contest on Unity Party's
So let me answer the question. You can't force me. Mame, I contested on the Unity Party ticket against 7 Unity Party, but I defeated them in their own system.
It's okay.
In their own system. And this is why you see, I know how to handle the Unity Party people because I know their weaknesses. I know where they fall short, and I know their lies.
Thank you. It's okay.
So any day, I will point out your weakness, your lies, and your deception.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. I just wanted to know whether you are Unity Party.
No.
Let's go to
I'm never affiliated with the Unity Party.
Chasing that time, man. You come from there.
Jeff,
I got to close up.
Jeff, you close already? We'll go
no,
to
I didn't close.
No, you close. Sorry, you close. We'll go to Kev.
Close, man.
We'll go to Kev.
I got to close. 10 seconds.
You close already, Jeff. We'll go
no.
to Mami, I don't like what you're doing. I gave you sufficient time here to talk. Please respect your colleagues.
But you ask question.
And you answer the question, it's okay. Let's go to Kev.
Okay. Let me say this.
Patrick, you're not coming back on now, please. You did your closing. I gave you sufficient time. You did your closing. It's okay.
No, Mami, let's be honest. It was not my closing. I thought we were closing.
Was it closing?
It was.
It was this closing.
Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah. You see, one thing we should get on our mind, beside the politics, we should understand one thing. We should understand that that children in elementary school, children in high school, they'll be the future leader of tomorrow. We should not give them false information, and tomorrow Liberia become a stupid nation. You know, the vice president is the key advisor to the president. And the vice president also collaborates between the executive and the legislature to advance the administration policy. I would say the policy agenda. If that fail, if that policy fail, and let me speak to you directly, Borai, Yakula, Emmanuel, Jefferson, all you guys, Remy Gray, if that policy fail, will you not hold the vice president responsible also? Will you not hold the vice president responsible also? Which his duty in the Senate, not just to break tie as Mami they're saying it just no, there's a whole lot. While we would do that to our nation, Mami, you have young children who look up to you. When you speak, they listen to you. But when you tell them that the only role of the vice president is to break tie when there's a vote, then you're giving the wrong information. I mean, he's a key advisor to the president. His role in the Senate is to collaborate, in advancing the president agenda. So if that policy fail, if the president policy fail, we have to hold that vice president responsible. So don't give me a pass. I see a lot of educated people saying this thing, passing around and saying this thing. Then I ask myself, why do Liberians want to make their own country children become stupid? Because when they go outside and start talking to other country, they're like, okay, what kind of stupidity are you talking? How you say the vice president? We all saw in this country when Trump was running against Kamala, what Trump used is the administration policy, Emmanuel. That's what they used on Kamala. Kamala tried to run away from it. The people said, no, you were there. Because you were the chief advisor to Biden. You were the president of the Senate. You put forth their agenda. You stood by that agenda. So you can't do that to the public, and Mami and other. You don't do that because I see they keep saying the same thing. Break time. No, it's bigger than that. Then let me say this. When you talk about there was no 66 bogus, my phone was flooding with a lot of stuff. I was just sending it to Stanton. It was flooding. People were just sending the most stupid thing. They say, "Mami is not saying the truth. Mami is not saying the truth." I want you, my advice to you, and Mami, that days that my brother and Remy Gray then will allow you to say those things, it's over. Emmanuel will not allow you to say it. Mariah will not allow you to say it. We will not allow you to say it because we too can do our little research. We can just hold our phone, and we got people also in the government because why? We were close to government. So we have people who have a little understanding. So that day is gone, my brother. So
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Keith. We'll go to Conor Remy Gray. We'll come to Fubi, and then I will close up.
Thank you.
We'll have a good discussion on the Most TV report. Very good one. So go ahead, Conor Remy Gray.
Thank you, my brother. Sometimes I have to remind myself that Joel Howard Taylor was VP to President Weah. It's just 2 years ago, and I almost forget that she was the vice president. Posterity remembers the president. This is Buckeye's administration. The one he replaced was Weah's administration. For some reason, posterity don't bring the VP into being. I don't care how you want to make this about. Maybe an election, if the VP is running, maybe that can mean something. But I say this to say again that I almost was going to praise the president, this administration, for limiting the level of militancy in our politicking. You know, when South Africans chant Amanda Aweto, culturally you're not attached to it. You don't even know the significance of that. Chant in your own language, in your own dialect. Use dialectical materialism to appeal to the minds of people who will take after you, those who admire you. But you know what? I almost say all that level of militancy that occurred 18 months ago, they're dying away until I start hearing those who are supposed to guide that particular way of speaking on or translating our political gains. They too using languages that look like it's a militant. Like I said, I drew reference to what the Soviets used to call, the word I used was, for agitprop, agitation and propaganda. They blended together because that was how they used to respond to, those who that communism mentality. The Ministry of Information was created primarily to showcase Liberia. That's why they attached that tourism. You don't hear this kind of languages in the Bahamas or even Jamaica. They sell their country. When they use people to serve as information minister, those people showcase their country until you get there before you know there are slums there. Liberia got some of the best landscape. And I'm glad they detach the tourism from, the Ministry of Information. It's not there to attack your political rivals. It's there to sell the image of the country positively so that people can flow into us. You think the Ministry of Information in Ghana, this is why they engage into? If people don't know their job, let them relinquish it so that people who understand how to showcase a country like ours, rich in culture, good food, good landscape, people come, they will not regret their money. That's the role they should be playing. Not the propaganda, every small thing people say, they are ready to push, calm down your throat. And you know what? As far as I remember, I think Fangon was let go because he talked about something about COVID. And I remember the government did not like the idea that he propagated COVID in a way that made the administration look like it was responsible. That was what led him through the door. We're historians. We collect facts. We may not be writing it, but you don't come and distort simply because you want to make your government look good. Hey, it's your right. But remember, Liberia should always be that beacon of hope that guides the conversation, the way we do things. That is why people are coming to us. When they come into Liberia, say, oh, but the country is not as developed as mine. But we should continue that way to showcase our country so that people can continue to come here and spend some hard currency. That's how we develop the economy. Leave this Soviet-style propaganda into place. If those guys don't know the job, dismiss them, let them go. Look, none of them are journalists. Neither, the guy was doing agriculture, Jeremy Pierre, when he was my junior in college. I don't know about Sando, but I know he's not a journalist the way he speaks, because their minds are driven towards this communist propaganda kind of style. When you say something, they come at you. But you know what? We can still replace those people with some good folks who will come and make Liberia the beacon of hope that will bring people to our shores. That's what I look forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Conor Remy Gray. Good closing. We'll go to Fubi and then I will close.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a good show today. And I can just enjoy my CDC man when they're talking their yama thing. You go up, you come down, the vice president cannot overshadow the president. You go up, you come down, the vice president cannot overrule decision made by the senators on a majority vote. You can all that think about power. Gray was talking about power of presiding. That just Tabata he was talking here because he feel that he been represented before, so he think that he understand legislature more than anybody. Sorry, you will not play propaganda on people because you want to play it. Not everybody ignorant. So the vice president sits in there. He breaks star when there's star. But when the senators on a majority no vote, the vice president got nothing to do about that, but to sign whatever legislation and forward it to the president. He got no say to argue, say, I object to this or no. He can't. So just stop that. Collectively, when the government fails, everybody that works in the government fails. The president, the vice president, the legislators, the ministers, the judiciary, all of them fail collectively as a government. But when you want to talk about individually, you cannot hold the vice president accountable for the decision of the senators or the legislature. You can't. Because he only sits there as a ceremonial head. And whatever they decide is under obligation by constitution to sign it. He got no say or objection to say, I object to this, I will not sign it. He doesn't have that power. So it's the people's will. When the people, senators, and the representatives decide that this is what we want, the vice president or the obligation to say, to put a signature of consent and move it on, whether he likes it or not. And like I said, oh no, look, there is no crab baby play in politics. And I've said this many times in the ANC, a lot of times when the party decided not to do certain, I went to do my own stuff. When the party was playing the high moral ground, I was on the other side doing my advocacy. When the party didn't want to get on walk and go advocacy, I led it. When the parties were quiet on the issue of the citizenship stuff, I led that campaign. Because there are certain things that you have to have some loose cannons. When people went after Mr. Cummings, I went for them. The great I trying to talk about, great I trying to act nice. Great attack Mr. Cummings. I went for him. The way I went for him, I had him slow down. He knows that. Carrasco went for Cummings, I went for Carrasco. Carrasco slowed down. So they know. When you come with that, we'll go to court. Go to court. You got many times to go to court. There will be many laws in your ways. This is politics. Mr. Cummings said on Sunday, you got to differentiate the legal stuff or all the kind of bureaucracy and play the politics. If he still doesn't mean that, I think that they stand by talking about we're going to file something against Fatima and blah, blah, blah. It's a waste of time. Play the politics if you're ready for politics. If you're not ready for politics, leave it. There's no big play in this stuff. People will go after you. If you criticize the government official will come after you. It's not a political party. The guys are sitting there. Some of those guys have never held any serious position in their life. This is their first ever ministerial position or serious mandate job they are holding. You want to threaten that? You think they will be quiet? You sorry? You want to take food from somebody's table? You say the man will be quiet with that? The man will fight you with everything. So you that gotta go to that food, you gotta go to fight him also with everything. Other than that, move for in the kitchen if it's kind of heat.
Thank you.
No play in politics.
Including Marcos.
Thank you, Fubi.
Everything, sir. You call it including Marcos.
Gentlemen,
and we are saying, and we are talking that Yeke or Dylan. He said, "Well, but on Baltimore, will where's are you? Abana, you banana. When you went westward, he said, Abana, you banana. You try a more banana back of some of you. So you might have Marco. Thank you.
Let me close. Jovia even said in his own video, we'll play the video maybe tomorrow. He said anybody who insult the president would never walk in the street of Monrovia free.
But now Marcos there.
What is his name, Keith? If you disturb, I will pull you in the back, please. When you were talking here, all the things you were saying, people did not agree with it. I'm just telling you, when you were talking, people did not agree with what you were saying. Just be a little bit responsible. Let your friends speak, and we'll close the show so that the boy can go home. Please. When they asked Mr. Cummings in 2023, I will read exactly what one of the quotes he made about the role of a vice president. So why you can't be vice president to President Bouaka on the ticket so that you can just go together? Mr. Cummings quoted Vice President John Adams. He said, the most insignificant office that have ever been invented or thought of being invented is the office of the vice president. So on that basis, say if you want to change the country, go for the presidency. That was Mr. Cummings' justification. But leave Mr. Cummings aside. Let's come to the reality in our country. The president is the president. Let's leave John Adams' quotation. I mean, we saw Joel Howard Taylor on George Weah. At least the president dedicating publicly specific responsibilities to. And that's why we hold him on. But the vice president is the vice president. Let Cummings argue it's an insignificant office. You advise the man one day you take it, you know, one day you leave it. You cannot be an advocate in that role. But what's the argument here about vice president? You arguing against a vice president, but you say the president who was president for 6 years, George Weah, he okay, he absolved. So what's the argument about vice president? You want to make vice president responsible for not fighting drugs now. But George Weah, who was president for 6 years, you say it's okay. You want to bring him back, even though he did not fight drugs. You want to blame this vice president for not creating jobs. But Weah, who was president for 6 years and did not create jobs, you say, okay, let's bring him back. He did not grow the economy. You want to blame the vice president, but you say Weah is okay. Who was the head for the you were the president is okay. Gentlemen, we'll talk the vice president discussion later. But the crux of my argument is George Weah was president for 6 years. He did not create jobs. When Kumi is talking about job issue, he should give us chance. When Gonglo is talking about job issue, he should give us chance. Domestic violence against women and children under George Weah, what did he do? Nothing significant he did. If Gonglo and Kumi is talking about it, let George Weah give us chance. I did not say CDC. I mentioned Akara's grave because Akara was a lawmaker. What did he do? That's why I mentioned his name. Lastly, on Mo Stephen, the misinformation will be corrected. We'll come back on the show and have the discussion. Mo Stephen did not say 66 concessions were bogus. I posted what Mo Stephen said in the chat room from the report that Stanton shared. Put it on the screen. The section in green. Mo Stephen classified the reports into 3. Partially compliant, fully compliant, and non-compliant. Then Mo Stephen says 66 of the concessions were either partially compliant or non-compliant. How did they describe what they consider to be partially compliant? That is what you have on that screen. This is what it reads. It said the report is partially compliant when there are instances in Cantor that were not material enough that which could consider the process to be deficient. That's partially compliant. It was not material enough to consider the process deficient, but it was partially compliant. Then you come on as a lawyer and say it is bogus. Go check the Black Dictionary definition of what bogus is. It is fake. It is scam. So we lie to our people. The same lie they lie on commies. It's the same lie here. Yes, significant number of the concessions were not compliant, but a good number of them were partially compliant. And when something is partially compliant, it is not bogus. It went through the legislature, it was rectified, it was signed by the president. They may have been mistaken in the process. Who are rectifying it? It was the CDC lawmakers and other lawmakers. So most even did not say 66 concessions were bogus. We'll come back on the show and have the discussion. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow.
Have a good night.
Good night. Okay.
Well, folks, we want to say thank you for. All right. Thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate all of you calling in. The many of you who share the show, we appreciate you. Thanks to our partner radio stations for relaying the program. Thanks to the Voice of Liberia for making sure that the program goes across the country. Thanks to Trust FM Bombing, Premier FM Bong, Trend Radio and Grand Crew, and all of the other radio stations. We appreciate you online as well, who have been joining us from across Facebook and YouTube. We appreciate you. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of Spoon Talk. Until then, my name is Nelson Colette. I want to say thanks to everyone. Sarah Johnson, Natana K. Hill, Hannah Wright Kramer, thank you. Abraham Amara Dunal, Natana K. Hill, Telvin Payne, thank you for being here tonight. Prince Weir, we appreciate you as well. Lawrence Jackson, thank you for being on. George Walker, Jonathan Flomo, we appreciate you as well. And the many of you who just listen to the show across our different mediums of relay, we appreciate you. Till we come back tomorrow, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Rastafari, Kilibamba, Kilibamba, Kilibamba.